Yes.
Alrighty. Good morning, everyone. So happy that you could make it. Yeah, we have slides.
All right.
Hey.
Hey.
Who are you?
I'm Jos. Who are you?
Floor. Hi, everyone. It's so nice that you all made it this morning. I see fresh faces. I see less fresh faces. We had a pub quiz yesterday. That was a lot of fun. If you were there, you'd know that it was a lot of fun. We have a couple of pictures. Oh, look, you brought Pixies.
We had a winning team
there that won some prizes. Yeah, that was a good thing, you know.
I love fun.
Like it was a good thing to do. Pub quiz last year. Normally we do a bingo, but you know we decided to do something else this year. In any case,
what do we have? Yeah, conference buddy. We've got these. You've got a pin on of the little dog. If you're new to the conference, find one of these people with this button. They're experienced conference goers. They've been here multiple times, probably at Devopsdays. If you want a buddy to talk to, you have questions about doing a conference, approach one of these people. They're happy to help you.
Absolutely. Very good. And another way, a great way to meet people is to make sure that whenever you're in a conversation, make sure you leave enough room for someone else to join. It's called the Pac-Man rule. Just make sure that you leave like a little pizza slice open for anyone else to sort of like just slide in and have another conversation partner.
All right, then the program. It's a little bit different today than it was yesterday. We'll start with 2 talks. We'll start with Jan Gabriel in a minute. And then we'll do open space openings a little bit earlier than yesterday. Today we have 5 slots, yesterday with 3. So that gives you more chance to make your own conference. Yeah, and then in the afternoon we have Ignites. More talks, more open spaces, and then we end at 5 o'clock with raffles, closing notes, and of course these wonderful prizes.
Yeah, exactly. More raffles even than yesterday. And you might have noticed that on the program in the afternoon during the Ignites, there's also an Ignite karaoke. So if you're feeling lucky and you think you can do one of those Ignite talks, we'll provide you with a slide deck. So you don't need to take care of the slide deck. You just don't know what kind of slide deck you're assigned. So, you know, could be fun. It could be many things, but it will definitely be interesting.
It is a lot of fun.
COC still applies. Yeah, exactly. Speaking of COCs, we have a code of conduct because we want to make sure that this event is a safe space for everyone to get to know other people and like, learn new things. So by coming here, you've agreed to the code of conduct. We have a code of conduct team that is here to help make sure. Yeah, and you have 2 members on stage right here. Jos and I are both organizers, and on the code of conduct team, we also have a couple of external code of conduct team members. So if you feel like you have any comment about how we've organized this event, or one of the organizers or their volunteers, and you feel awkward stepping up to one of us, which is fair enough, we have Celeste and Daniel that are very happy to take any and all feedback from you. And also,
here?
They're still getting coffee.
Ah, okay.
You know, preparing for the day, that's fine. And we also have Laura Santamaria, who's one of the Devopsdays core team members, who's also available through the COC mailing list that we have. The information is on screens throughout the building, but also on our website, of course. So definitely make sure you make use of this team.
All right, then we showed this to you yesterday as well, but for those who aren't here today for the first time, this is our layout of this floor. We have gold sponsors right next door. We have silver sponsors behind the bar. We have fire exits, very important, on this side and on that side of the building. And I think that's it for this slide.
Perfect. All right.
Of course, we couldn't have this conference happen without our sponsors. Can I get a big applause for our sponsors? I especially want to shout out to Chef, who sponsors the coffee truck, who is here all days and make sure I can do this on Friday morning after 3 days of conferencing.
Absolutely. Make sure you stop by the booths because we have a sponsor passport. You should, if you don't have one, you can still get one at registration. Make sure that you collect the stamps from all of the booths and hand in your sponsor passport from 3 p.m. this afternoon, but definitely before the wrap-up, because that's when we'll pick a couple of winners. And we have a couple of great prizes, as demonstrated on the slide and in the little cabinet behind me.
Yeah, you can hand them in at registration downstairs. Food, also important. We'll have lunch at 12, I think, 12:15.
I don't know. I don't have my run of show here. I feel really...
It's on the program. It's at 12. Okay, today we'll have bao buns, we'll have poke bowls, sandwiches, like you had yesterday. There's plenty of food. Don't need to rush out the door right at 12. We'll make sure there's enough. All right, we're on social media. So if you're of the social persuasion, you can totally go to either our LinkedIn, we're on Blue Sky, we're on Mastodon, and we share pictures throughout the day. If you want to share pictures throughout the day, make sure that you tag us so that we can see that you posted about us. One little thing, if you see anyone with a red lanyard, that means they don't want to be in a picture, so please respect that as well. Then we're streaming the whole event today, or anything that is happening in this main room on YouTube. So if you want to share that with your friends or people that are in the office today, you're very welcome to do so. All right. On the left and the right-hand side, you can see our wonderful visual drawings made by Thea, who's in the corner over there. And for every talk, she'll make a drawing, and it's a wonderful gift to give to speakers and have a visual representation of their talk.
Absolutely. Speaking of talks, let's get started.
All right. First up is Jan Gabriel, who's gonna do a talk on system design. Looking forward to that, and he's gonna talk to us.
Yeah, thanks.
He's gonna talk to us about lessons learned in the aviation industry, about specifically air traffic control systems. So give a warm welcome to Jan Gabriel.
Great. Good morning, Devopsdays Amsterdam. Woo! Yeah. I'm thrilled this morning to be here and to share some of the lessons learned in utilizing systems design in the air traffic control domain. But let's start with a game. So we're going to have an objective. We'll need to complete a set of tasks. We'll also have a constraint because we're only going to have 10 seconds to do it. So are you ready? Come on. Yeah. All right. At 8, clap your hands once. At 5, give yourself or someone a high five. At 3, clap your hands twice. Don't perform the steps above. Just say, DevOps Days. Wow. That was awesome. What a way to start a presentation with applause. So let's unpack what happened there from these 10 seconds of chaos. So we tend to start doing things before we've read the requirements. Not only that, requirements tend to change. What seemed important early on may be irrelevant later. Now you might think, hey, Jan Gabriel, you did all of the steps with us, and that was a bit misleading. True. But your team lead or speaker doesn't always have the complete picture up front. So let's say you followed only the last instruction. Then you were technically correct. But if you followed everything, you add more fun and a bit of confusion. The point is, humans are complex. And even simple coordination is hard at scale. And getting a room full of DevOps pros to clap at the same time, that is not easy. So today I'm going to take you on a mission. I want you to really think about a project you're working on, or maybe have worked on in the past, where you maybe had to develop something or just complete a set of tasks. And this might be a project where maybe the requirements were unclear. Maybe you haven't done it before. It could also be, and I'm pretty sure we've all had this, that you had to do with cross-team collaboration complexity. That means some of the communication lines between product teams just didn't go that well. And maybe, just like I did, you had to do it in a high-stakes environment. So think of that and take that project with you in the mission today and follow me through my journey into systems design. So my name is Jan Gabriel Pretorius. I'm a lifelong learner. I love learning new things at home and at work. At home, I love spending time with my wife and my daughter, with friends and with family. But I'm also quite at home at 2 a.m. in a data center or outside wearing a hard hat, designing, maintaining, and supporting hardware, software, and network infrastructure as a systems engineer. For the past 5.5 years, I've been able to do that at Air Traffic Control, the Netherlands. And especially in this tower. So I've worked in their tower operations team, where the the tower air traffic controllers make use of air traffic management systems to ensure there are safe flights in and out of the Schiphol control zone. These air traffic management systems operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year to ensure we can all go on vacation or visit friends and family abroad, do business, all in a safe manner. Wow, these air traffic controllers really have a great office view, don't they? And I don't know about you, but their monitor setup definitely beats mine. So to create some situational context for this talk today, I'm going to need to define 3 of the topics in this talk. We'll start with air traffic control applications, which is a subset of air traffic management systems. We'll define complex problems and also look at systems design. But I've got a challenge for you, and we'll make it an incentivized challenge. So I want you to try and identify some of the similarities between them, and you might just get some elements richer. So really try to think with these M&Ms in mind. So we'll start with air traffic management systems. These are systems and services which are integrated, and they enable the safe and orderly movement of aircraft through controlled airspace. They use real-time data, surveillance, and communication technologies. Complex problems, these are issues with interconnected parts, unpredictable outcomes, and doesn't have one single correct solution. They often involve human behavior, changing conditions, and require collaboration, continuous learning, adaptation to manage effectively. And finally, systems design. This is the process of defining the architecture, components, interfaces, and data flow of a system to meet specific business or organizational needs. It involves engineering a coherent, efficient, and scalable system that fulfills defined requirements. So I would love to hear if you were able to identify some of the similarities between these. And I would love to hear from someone in the audience. Who'd like to go at it?
It's early morning, you know.
It's early morning. So now I'm going to need to point out and ask Tim, you've had your coffee. If you'd like to share something that you saw as a similarity between systems design, air traffic management systems, or complex problems.
This should be easy for me because I have an aerospace engineering degree, but I did it ages ago. So and I'm supposedly an engineer. Well, coherent designs, obviously, are a similarity between system design and air traffic management.
Exactly. Tim, give a round of applause for Tim. Thank you for being a real player there. And you guys play the clapping game again, which is quite nice. But you notice, and Tim really touched on that, that already also in air traffic management systems and complex problems, they all involve people, humans. They need collaboration, and there needs to be some coherence between them. And systems design is a process which you can use to reach this outcome. And right there in the middle, there's an opportunity for some lessons learned. So let's take a look at it. Today, we're going to talk about the structured approach of systems design. This really is a tool in a systems engineer's toolbox, which they can use to break open complex problems and just manage how all of these different systems, maybe in your project, but also in my work as air traffic management systems, really work together. And then I'm also going to share some of the lessons learned. So I'll start with Russell Ackoff. He was a pioneer in systems thinking, and he said that a system is not the sum of its parts, it's the product of their interactions. This means that a system with multiple interfaces are inherently more complex, and making a change to such a system might be daunting. But that doesn't have to be if you've got something like a systems design, structured approach that can help you through this. It's like a magnifying glass that can help you uncover some of the things from the underlying components. And the systems design can come in many different forms, but we'll break the structured approach of the systems design into 4 different clusters. Each structured approach needs to start with a real understanding of the system and to define some of the requirements you need to reach your outcome. You then move over and design, do some functional design, go into some technicalities before you can move towards a prototype and plan integration of all of these different components. And finally, we get to the fun part, and we're going to deploy into production, and we're going to ensure it's supported sufficiently. But I want you to really see that there are also a lot of feedback loops. The structured approach is not meant to be traversed only like a one-way street. You're supposed to move between steps back and forth based on subsequent learning. And I've applied the structured approach and refined it during multiple projects at Air Traffic Control the Netherlands. But today I'm going to share with you based on these 3 projects. And that was the design of a 360-degree tower simulator, integration of electronic flight strips into existing tower simulator environments, and finally replacing an entire automatic terminal information service at multiple locations. And if I mention ATIS, that's just because it's baked into my brain. If I say ATIS, think of the last project. But let's just take a quick look at these 3 projects and what it is. So firstly, we'll start with an air traffic control tower simulator. These simulator or educational environments are meant to provide a submersive experience for a tower air traffic controller, where they can make use of the same tools that they use in production and where they can really exercise real-world scenarios. I love this photo because this photo, as you'll notice, a lot of the screens are still black. This was the moment we finally got the visuals to work, the 360-degree view of Schiphol Airport as a tower controller would see in real life. Then we'll move on to getting electronic flight strips into the existing tower simulators. So, whoa, hold on. What is flight strips? So air traffic controllers, you really have different roles. And each controller is responsible for just one part of a flight's departure. You'll have ground controllers which focus on getting a plane from the gate to the runway, throughout the taxiway. You'll have runway controllers, and each of these controllers needs some sort of way to say that, hey, I'm the owner of this flight. And they make use of paper flight strips in a lot of airports in the world, or electronic flight strips, which give them a digital strip on a big tablet or touchscreen, which they can use. So we had the objective of integrating an electronic flight strip system into some of the simulator environments, which still made use of paper strips. And finally, we had to replace an entire operational automatic terminal information service at multiple airport locations. This meant that we had hardware on-premise in a hardware data center. We had to do with a lot of network infrastructure. I even had to drive all over the Netherlands to go and visit all of these broadcasting sites, because the ATIS system, the Automatic Terminal Information Service, is a service an air traffic control environment has that provides pilots with automated information that they broadcast, and that could be weather information, runway conditions, and this is a service that a pilot can listen to, or if you would like, if you buy a VHF radio and go and stand next to Schiphol, you can listen to it, because it's broadcasted at these locations. So let's just jump into it. So when I started with systems design, and this might sound very familiar to you, my product owner walked into the room and said, hey, Jan Gabriel, so we need a new tower training simulator. And the training organization needed it yesterday. Will you design it for us? And I thought, okay, all right. I know how the inner workings of the simulator works to a certain extent. And this sounds awesome. Yeah, let's do it. But I had no idea how to start. And it's okay. So we quickly got a lot of engineers in the room, and we said, okay, let's start. How are we going to build this? And after very lengthy discussions, we got nowhere. So I decided, okay, we're going to need to dig deep and really understand how are we going to get to our outcome. And I started with gathering any and all information I could find. We went to all of the simulator environments. We downloaded all of the documentation from SharePoint and Confluence, everything we could find. We even took a lot of photos. But this is really important because you're really building the information of what the current system does. You also need to talk to a lot of people, because when you talk to many people, users of the system, people that support it, you really build the puzzle of what the current system is actually doing. Not just that, and this is important, and also a bit of a hard one, get the current system on paper. Really put it all in a single document or whatever works for you, because you really want to ensure that the information you gathered is worked out or processed in some form. And this is an awesome place to really start the feedback loop. Ask a colleague, hey, can you have a look at this? Is this right? And this is how you can really start the process and build on starting with your system. Then we can move to problem identification. And this is really important. Talk to the users of the system. When we integrated the electronic flight strips into the simulator environments, we really heard the users really complaining and said, wow, these training sessions are getting quite heated. And I thought, yeah, of course training an air traffic controller is no easy feat. It should be heated. But they meant it's actually getting quite warm in the room and quite noisy. So even though that sounded quite irrelevant to our project, this resulted in a very important design decision later on. So write down the problems, even if it sounds irrelevant. After we know what problems we have with a current system, and we know exactly what the current system does, or to a certain extent, we can go into requirements analysis. And this is where we're trying to write down the things we need to get to our outcome of a new simulator or a new ATIS system. and also address some of those problems with the current one, if any. One thing I felt I probably spent way too much time on during this step is trying to select the right tool for requirements analysis. We found that it's much more impactful to just prioritize the requirements. Because during this step, you want to have a lot of meetings and discussions with users of the system, with stakeholders, with your project manager, and having a set of prioritized requirements really helps conveying a message of these are the things we really need to do. And it could be as simple as using something like the Moscow method, which says that, hey, this is the things we must have to get to our outcome. These are the things we should have, but if we don't have it, we'll make the car run. And these are the things we could have. Those are the nice-haves. And it's also sometimes quite important to be explicit about what we won't have. And once we know this is what we have, these are the problems, and this is what we need to get to our outcome, we can go into the first fun part, and that's the conceptual design. This is really where I felt we've made some significant progress with the stakeholders, especially with designing the 360-degree tower simulator. What I found was in discussion with users of the system, it's super vital to make it visual. It doesn't have to be beautiful. You can have drawings in paint for that matter, but the important thing is you want to make some high-level decisions here. And that's also why it's important to keep it high level. I initially started with functional decomposition, which we'll get to in a bit. But you really lose a lot of attention during meetings when you go into the weeds too early on. So make it visual, keep it high level, and that is a great way where you can get feedback from your users and your support early on in the process. And this is the moment where we can move on to the functional decomposition. So we've got a concept of what we want to design. So this is where we're going to take the blocks of functionality and split it into separate functional units and define some of the interfaces that we'll use between them. When I designed the 360-degree tower simulator, I got a bit stuck in a paper trap. So very important at this stage of your design, really don't go too deep. The purpose of having a functional decomposed design is really to actually anticipate what a technical designer would need, an expert in the field. This is really important for the next step, but keep in mind to don't go too deep, but anticipate, for example, what a network engineer would need. If they need to design a technical design, will they need to know that you're making use of multicast, for example? Or will there need to be some routing between products? Really try to anticipate the needs of the technical designer here. And one thing I really saw that Air Traffic Control the Netherlands as an organization really grew in the past few years was to have a shared technical design template. Because this really helps to create a shared technical vocabulary of sorts within the organization. And now we can get to the fun part. We're going for the technical design. What I've learned here is don't do everything yourself, people. Replay to the strengths of your diverse team members, because this is where teamwork makes the dream work. Oh, I love that. Yeah. I'll say teamwork makes the, and you say dreamwork. Teamwork makes the? Dreamwork. Yeah, that's it. I love it. Come on. Come on, Tim. Yeah, so when you get to the technical implementation, you'll quickly realize that this is going to need to iterate. For example, with replacing the automatic terminal information service, during requirements, the conceptual design, and even the functional design, I thought, let's go and migrate 3 network switches to 2 network switches. When we got to this point, well, needless to say, we still have 3 network switches. And one way you can really try and mitigate this is try to pull some of those lessons forward. And that is through designing initially only with the prototype in mind. Because then you can validate the technical design early on and feed those lessons through using that feedback loop into your technical design before you design for production. I also saw that designing for modularity really helps on the long term. So remember those very warm simulator environments? So to address that problem, we decided to migrate all of the hardware to a separate hardware location. This meant that we had to make use of enterprise KVM equipment, and that is you're extending your keyboard, your visual, and your mouse inputs to another location. And we designed it for modularity. So we had one unit that you can use at all of the positions. This also meant, on face value, it looked like a lot of waste because you've got a lot of open ports. But on the long term, it meant that we can extend the simulator, and our spares was only of one type, which made it much easier on the long run to support our second-line support. I also learned the hardware, and maybe there's a couple of on-premise guys here. Do not reuse hardware. So for replacing the ATIS system, we had a lot of very tight deadlines. And through reusing the hardware that we had, we could really speed up the process. But needing to commission a project to replace the hardware of a new system that you've commissioned really does not convey a very good message within the organization, and results in a lot of headaches later on when we got live. So be careful with hardware reuse. So now we've got a technical design, and before we go to the next step, this is a great moment to, almost like snakes and ladders, take the ladder, see if you need to feedback some of those things into your current system design, your requirements, and maybe you've identified extra problems. But make sure you update your documents that you've worked so hard on creating. So let's get to prototyping. This is where we're going to validate those technical designs. This is where we really want to make sure that we get some early on feedback for our technical design before we go and order all of the hardware or pay all of those perpetual licenses for our production system. This is an opportunity to spend some money to save some money. And it could be as easy as just investing in a representative test environment, which you can extend later on. But ensure that in the prototyping phase, you validate your technical designs or what you thought might work. For all of those components, you split up during your functional decomposition. And once we've validated our design, we can go into planning some integration. And this is where we're going to integrate all of those components that has been technically designed into one big system. One thing we've learned, and it might sound obvious to you, but in practice, it's not always the case. Start with one component at a time. For when we introduced the new ATIS system in our test environment, it really helped to start with the weather interface and then the rest, because you can isolate problems early on instead of spending a lot of time trying to debug all of these different interfaces where problems might lie in your system. Yes, start in a test environment if you can, but it could also be that you have some constraints. We had, for example, an interface that was only available in production. That gave me quite a bit of stress, to be honest. But you can mitigate this ahead of time through, for example, the use of test tooling. But even though test tools are awesome, be cautious, because sometimes test tooling comes with some undocumented features. So for one of these interfaces for the ATIS system, we spent a lot of time trying to debug why the application was not accepting our test messages. And after a few calls with the suppliers, and we realized that we missed a single carriage return at the end of the message. Now, we learned that, but about a year later, I overheard some of my colleagues having a similar problem. And believe me, they were not impressed when I told them that they could have saved a couple of hours if they only had a single carriage return at the end of the message. So be aware of using test tooling, but they are awesome. So now we've integrated our systems, hopefully in our test environment, and we can go and think about how are we going to test this? Now, hopefully you can make use of automated testing, which is great. I mean, use it where you can, but it isn't always possible to automate everything. So try to invest in building a reusable regression test set. This really helps to build some confidence later on with new system releases. Just having a couple of tests which you can run every time, which will help you identify if there's some regression in the system and ensure that you know that the system does what it should be doing. Also important, you've worked really hard on those requirements. Include them in your regression test set. Test those requirements, because that really helps conveying a strong message towards your stakeholders and your users that you've included, hopefully, when you created those requirements. And finally, consider representative user acceptance testing. I've seen time and time again how an air traffic controller uses our system, and I thought, I did not know that's how they're using it. So a user might use your system differently than you designed it or that you even thought that they would use it. But feed those lessons learned back into your regression test set, or even better, your automated testing, and ensure that you know that you can test those exploratory testing that they've done later on. And now we get to the fun part. We're going to production. So for the simulator environments, we had the opportunity to plan for quite large maintenance windows. We could work throughout the day, and that was quite nice. But working on the operational system, we really had very tight time constraints. So when you're working with a production system with really tight time constraints, we found that it is absolutely vital and reduces a lot of stress to have the rollback possibility. If you know that they have flights coming in at 5 a.m. and it's 4:30, you just know you can easily roll back to the previous system and try again another time. Not only that, one of the things that has given me a lot of peace of mind is to just have a list of steps which you need to perform at night. Because I can tell you, for those that has done a lot of work at night, such a run book, it really is your friend after 2 a.m. when you can't think that clearly anymore. So we get to the last part. If you haven't incorporated monitoring and maintenance in your design, take that snakes and ladders back and go and incorporate it. And design with M&Ms in mind, Tim. Really try and consider all support lines. This is probably the place where I think we could have improved our process the most. Because now that I'm also part of the support team, after needing to go and grab technical logging off of an air-gapped system for the 10th time, you really realize that this could have probably been done better. Not only that, this is a great place where you can invest in some really high-quality standard operating procedures. Nobody likes writing them, but if you invest in them during this time and really test them as well, you can really shift left a lot of the responsibility into your support or your ops environment. And probably one of the most fun and interesting things you can do is to let other people test your procedures and sit next to them. I've seen time and time again how steps that look so clear to you really seems a bit fuzzy to someone else. And learn from that and improve your procedures. So throughout this entire implementation of this structured approach, really keep the following things in mind. Document everything. This is very hard to do, and not everybody likes it. But I've had countless times that people call me about a year after we've implemented something, and they ask me, hey, Jan Gabriel, we're trying to extend the simulator. Where can I plug in this cable? Or we need to replace something. How can I do that? And having all of the documentation in a single place and very well documented means that you don't need to dig that deep into the design mind you've had a year ago. So that really helps. Really try to also establish a feedback loop early on. And this means it could be as easy as just asking a lot of colleagues to review documentation and really try to have some sort of a mirror to help you along the way. And always try to give credit where credit is due, because people spend a lot of their time, sometimes time they don't really have, to review what you're trying to do and learn from it. For example, for this talk, a big shout out to Sohan for helping me structure this talk, and for my team at LFNL for listening, talking about structured approaches for the past couple of weeks, and also to my wife for being such a great mirror. This is also a great way to transfer knowledge ahead of time from your design team towards your development or your support team. And it really helps later on when you need to give the stick to operations to go and support and ensure that your system can run, hopefully 24/7. When working with people, I'm always saying, try to sell the design. If people ask you, hey, what should this IP address be, or what type of hardware do we need? Always refer to the design. Tell them, hey, you can find it, great that you ask, but look in paragraph 7.4, and here's the link. And this really builds some confidence in, hey, we've got a bigger plan, this is where we're going, and this is where you can find the information you need. And finally, when you're designing systems or you're part of a team, you'll be faced with a mountain of decisions. And there really isn't one right solution. It always depends on the context or the situation. So let's wrap it up. If you're working in a high-stakes environment, think of that project that you've taken with this mission today. It can help you to use a structured approach, even if it's in a high-stakes environment or in just your side hustle project, to get some context and know where you're going. It can also help to break down some of that communication complexity between teams, because teamwork makes the dream work. That's right. Include your users and support early on. That way, you can really build for users while keeping monitoring and maintenance, those M&Ms, in mind. Always get feedback, ask for feedback, and always give some feedback, and then iterate. So important. And most of all, have fun. Don't be scared to fail. Ask a lot of questions. And just like the clapping game, even if you tend to start doing things without reading the requirements, start with system understanding and identifying those problems. And then you get to the requirements. If the requirements change, feedback and iterate and update those requirements. If your team lead doesn't have the complete picture, send them the link to your design and tell them, this is where we're going. Don't be scared to do all of the steps, because you just might have some fun and a bit of confusion. And finally, remember, humans are complex. Even simple coordination is hard at scale. But when we're doing that together, you know that teamwork makes the dream work. Exactly. So looking back at your project, think of how might such a structured approach have changed the outcome of the project you've worked on. And when you're done with this weekend, on Monday, where are you in that structured approach? And what can you start on to start your journey into systems design? And feel free to share that with me. Through my blog, you can find all of the links where I'm available online. Send me a LinkedIn request, and let's chat about our lessons learned and learn from each other. Thank you, Devopsdays Amsterdam.
Thank you so much, John, for that. Also, my fellow team members saw me cringe at the teamwork makes the dream work. Maybe I have some leftover trauma from previous employments there. Thanks so much. Well, we're not going to do questions for the keynote, but they can find you at the conference the rest of the day still, right? Oh, yeah. Thanks again. And we have a little time for our sponsors. 3 of our sponsors get 1 minute time to pitch their their product or why they're here at DevOps Days. I'm going to time you. We're going to get started with, let's get started with Akamai.
All right. Well, 1 minute. That doesn't give me a lot of time. My name is Mike Ellison. I work at Akamai for the last 12 years. And back here at DevOps Days Amsterdam, it's been a few years since I've been here myself. Why are we here? Because Akamai has been building out our Akamai cloud capabilities, so managed Kubernetes, compute, storage, etc. And we've been seeing a lot of great traction all across the world, including here in the Netherlands as well. We're close to rolling out a cloud-native developer platform that is fully built here in the Netherlands by a team of dedicated Dutch engineers or people, expats here. So some local pride there. So exciting times. Step by our booth. We'll talk some more and have a great rest of the day.
Excellent timing there. All right, let's do Commodore next. Or, oh, sure. I mean, you know.
Oh, sorry. Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here. My name is Ljuba. I'm head of engineering at NN Group. NN Group is a financial company, but I'm not here today to talk about pensions and insurance, of course. We are here because we build some great technology. So our platform teams build and run platforms which are used by thousands of developers across 11 countries. And our platforms are actually leveraging a lot of cool technologies and cloud-native technologies, fully automated CI/CD pipelines, self-service capabilities. Right now, we are also rolling out our own internal developer platform and also experimenting with AI because we want also to boost engineering productivity and platform intelligence. So our mission is simple. We really want to make our life easier for our developers so that they can focus building on the products. If you want to hear more, if you are into platform engineering, DevOps, or engineering experience, please stop by our booth. We are happy to have a chat with you. So this was really less than a minute.
Excellent timing.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone. And sorry, guys.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm sorry I cannot speak as fast as the previous speaker. Kubernetes is conquering the world much faster than humans are learning what to do with it. So Commodore creates the solution for helping the humans. You probably saw that message that I have on my back, Kubernetes for humans. So we create solution for simplifying Kubernetes for people, for different roles, and for large organizations and large infrastructures, because this is when it becomes really painful. Cool things, come to our booth. I can demonstrate you what exactly does it mean to troubleshoot Kubernetes in a lazy fashion, delegating to AI what you would be doing on your own without such a tool. Enter the raffle, just for fun, just for the chance. Try your luck and have fun on the conference. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Alarm. Excellent timing, all three of you. All right, so our next speaker, Don Goodman, is going to tell us how some basic neuroscience can help us build welcoming communities and avoid unhealthy or even toxic behaviors. It's funny that someone who sends us this bio will talk about communities, because Don says that he's trying desperately not to isolate himself from the rest of humanity in the Portuguese mountains until he dies alone and his corpse will be undiscovered for many years. So with that, Don, please take the stage.
I build them, maybe not participate in them so much.
All right.
Mic check. Hi, I'm Don Goodman. I'm not hermiting today. Just real quick, this being a relatively new audience for me, how many of you are involved in, I mean, aside from the organizers, in community building, communities at your organizations? A few of you. Okay, well, the rest of you are still going to get something really good out of this talk, I think. But for those few of you here in the audience who are privileged to work with communities, you're in for a treat, I hope. Yeah, so I'm Don Goodman. I'm the head of marketing at Formance. My own background is actually in, well, it started in philosophy of neuroscience. I did a lot of back-end engineering along the way to where I am now, but just to give some bona fides, I have at least a little bit of a clue what I'm talking about. Because I studied neurotransmitters in squids, as one does. But before I start talking about community and before I start talking about neurotransmitters, I want to talk about this record shop and this experience that I had with them. So I collect vinyl. As many of you who collect vinyl know, there's an online marketplace called Discogs where you can go put in your wish list and find stores that'll sell them to you. I live in Lisbon, the store's in Porto. I placed an order with them over Discogs and everything went wrong. Like every imaginable thing went wrong with this order. It was delayed, there was no communication. They only shipped half the things that I ordered. And I'm like, well, this is ridiculous. I'm gonna leave a negative review, and I did. And within 5 minutes, they called me on the telephone. Like, who does that? And I'm just like, what could you possibly say in these circumstances? And then they said, and this is really important, they went on to say a number of very right things that we're gonna talk about today. First of all, they apologized. They're like, look, we fucked up. Your review is absolutely factual. That's true, we did that, that's on us, we're really sorry. You don't have to retract the review, you never have to do business with us again, but we want to let you know genuinely that we apologize for this, we feel bad about it. And you're not the only person who's had this kind of experience. And we, number two, want to change that. We've removed our store off of Discogs because it has been a serious bottleneck in our customer service. And we are no longer going to do business there because it creates bad outcomes for everybody. I'm like, okay, this is getting interesting. And then they say, and you know what? Screw it, here's our WhatsApp number. If you want to place an order, just text us. Shipping's on us, now and for always. Lifetime free shipping, no matter how small the order. Don't worry about it, if you want to order from us again, which you don't have to. And then finally they said, also, next time you're in Porto, like, you should come by the warehouse. It's not open to the public, but, you know, let's sit and talk shop and drink a few beers and dig through crates. And I'm like, at the end of this, I'm like, screw this, I'm removing the bad review. And I now buy exclusively through them because they did a number of things that we're going to talk about in this talk today, which really surprised the heck out of me because retailers don't usually get this. And I think this is something that we can learn from. So, chapter 1, let's talk neurochemistry. So, the core of neurochemistry is neurotransmitters. Are there folks in the room who know what neurotransmitters are, broadly speaking? Right? So neurotransmitters are the medium of communication between the neurons in our brain, the rest of our body, right? Skipping ahead. But the interesting thing is, you know, we think of neurons as being electrical beasts, right? And when you have electrical connections, there are three possible signals. There's high voltage, there's low voltage, there's floating voltage. But contrary to popular belief, neurons don't communicate with each other using electricity. They communicate by passing chemicals. And there's well over 100 different kinds of these neurotransmitters that are used. You may have heard of some of these. There's a lot of them. This is just a fraction of them, right? But what makes this very interesting is that by having over 100 different kinds of neurotransmitters, we can have differentiated signaling in the brain and in the body, right? So the body and the brain assign I want to be very careful not to anthropomorphize here, but they assign meaning to these things, right? So, for example, serotonin is a neurotransmitter associated with happiness. This is why those of us on antidepressants are taking selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, which ensures that there's a steady stream of serotonin in our brain. But there's one in particular that I really want to talk about because it's a lot of fun, and that's oxytocin. Oxytocin is the neurotransmitter of connection and bonding. You can imagine why I want to talk about this in a community talk. It facilitates attachment between individuals. It increases the awareness of social cues. It increases empathy for other people. It's the neurological underpinning of trust. It increases feelings of attachment and bonding. It enhances social memory. That is to say, memory that we have of particular social situations involving other people. It creates a sense of belonging in a group. So oxytocin is literally the neurotransmitter of love. It's also literally the neurotransmitter for community. So, if oxytocin is the neurotransmitter for community, how do we leverage that? Because we should be, and in many cases we are. So, what triggers oxytocin release? We can imagine, it's a lot of common sense, but I think it's worth repeating what a lot of these things, or a lot of these options that we have are. First of all, simply feeling welcome, which is something the crew here is trying to do very much for y'all. With the, what's the name of that program? With the Conference Buddy. The Conference Buddy, right? Helping people feel welcome. Receiving a genuine compliment. Oh, I failed to mention that phone call. He's like, by the way, your musical taste is impeccable. I'm like, yeah, it is. It works. Knowing you're being talked about behind your back, right? There's nothing really better than hearing from somebody else that was like, oh, so-and-so was bragging on you the other day. I'm like, really? That's awesome. Receiving helpful advice, not being mansplained to, but timely, actionable advice when you need it. Being listened to. Having your problem solved when you want your problem solved. Sometimes you don't want your problem solved. Hearing a relatable story. Having your feelings or opinions validated. That's something else the representative did, right? He's like, yeah, we screwed you. Sorry about that. You're right to feel bad about it. Receiving something of value in a context-sensitive way. This is real important for those of us who hand out stickers, and I'll have a little more to say about that. Recognition that you are part of the in-group, right? But doing it only once doesn't work. If you do it once, you'll trigger serotonin release, they'll feel happy. You might even trigger norepinephrine release, which is the neurotransmitter for infatuation and crushes, right? But that goes away really quickly. Those neurotransmitters are not very long lasting. In order to actually trigger oxytocin release, you have to do it over and over and over and over again. Over again. They must be repeated. They must be consistent. And the reason it works with my, my vinyl dealer is he responds to WhatsApp consistently, quickly, repeatedly. The moment he drops the ball, things are off. Can't help it. That's just the facts. So, when it all goes wrong. Those of you who may have seen some of my earlier talks know I tend to go to dark places pretty quickly, so this is now where we're going to take a dark turn in this talk. Just a heads up. Because there's a dark side to oxytocin. So oxytocin increases groupthink, right? You tend to agree with the people in your in-group, disagree with the people with your out-group, because you have these feelings of bonding. It increases a propensity for group-serving deception, right? You want to defend your in-group that you're a part of, because you don't want that in-group destroyed. An attack on the in-group is an attack on you, because you love these people, literally love these people. And you will lie on their behalf. It increases a sensitivity to contagion cues. This is a very interesting evolutionary response. Because when you see your family, for example, to give a more typical example, when you see your family is feeling unwell, you're more likely to notice it than if you see a stranger that's feeling unwell. It increases the magnitude of fear responses. This is all aligned with the other things that I've been saying, but it tends to make you more excited when you see something scary happening. It increases the magnitude of anger responses. Those of you who've seen toxic communities go wrong know exactly what this looks like. A lot of people in the United States also know exactly what this looks like right now. Oxytocin makes breaking hearts go viral real fucking quick, right? We've all seen this when a community breaks, when somebody does something that damages or fractures a community. People take to, God help us, the Twitters, or wherever the kids are going to these days, and they talk about it a lot. More so than they talk about the good things that are happening within the community. So oxytocin is also literally community in all the negative, awful, bad ways that we have seen toxic communities be. All of those toxic traits that we've seen are the result of an oxytocin response. So, what does this mean? How do we put this together? Let's talk about a general unified theory of community, given all of this information. Community building is a practice of cultivating love, really and truly. Like, I worked in DevRel for a long time, and we used to talk about developer love, and I used to think it was a metaphor. It ain't a metaphor. Because cultivating love means triggering oxytocin release. And so theory one, our jobs as community management, people who work in communities, community builders, our jobs are done well when we trigger oxytocin release. And our jobs are done poorly otherwise. But theories are testable. So, testable hypothesis one, treating people with kindness and respect, a running theme of my talks, will improve your numbers, assuming you're being measured on these things, more than anything else you can do on a person-by-person basis. Right, now I'm not talking about activities that involve large groups of people, like sending out newsletters or something like that, but any kind of activity that involves directly interacting with an individual, talking on forums, running a conference, right? Kindness and respect are the watchwords. And if you can remember to do that, then the hypothesis is your numbers, whatever they are going to improve. And testable hypothesis two, treating people with disrespect will kill your community very, very quickly. I use the word kill on purpose here because the negative reactions that come through the flow of oxytocin happen very, very fast. So, are there, this is a question that you should be thinking about, are there repeatable mechanisms available that trigger oxytocin release? And will those efforts yield movements in your North Star metrics? So, because programs that do not trigger oxytocin serve no purpose whatsoever as far as community building is concerned. They may serve other purposes like SEO or, I don't know, marketing or something like that. But within the community space, they serve no purpose. So, blog posts and stickers are not good enough. They're not good enough. Stickers don't trigger oxytocin unless and except those stickers give someone a sense of belonging and feeling like they're part of an in-group, which is why GitHub's sticker campaign worked so well, is for many years that's precisely what it did. It made people feel like part of something bigger than they were, like they were part of a community. But if you just got a sticker with your logo on it, it's not doing anything for you except sending money to the sticker company. Same with blog posts, right? Like if you're just talking about your latest product release and blasting it out there, like nobody really cares. It's not really something necessarily of value to them unless you're announcing a feature that they've been waiting for, but that's only a small portion of your audience, right? You're not really providing something of value in a context-sensitive way in either of these cases. And so you need to think about what you should be doing instead. And I don't have the answer to that, but you need to be thinking about what you should be doing instead to try to provide value to your community in a context-sensitive way that makes them feel like they belong as part of the in-group. Yeah, so bragging about your latest release, not good enough, right? Because it's, and this is key, it's never about you. Sticker with just a logo on it, that's about you. It should always be about them. What are you giving them that recognizes that you're thinking about them and not just yourself? We want to make developers, or the members of our community, if they're not developers, the hero of their own story. Not the hero of your story, and you're not the hero of their story. They're the hero of their own story. So we want to do things that build personal relationships so that we can get to know people, we can understand what their stories are, we can understand how to make them the hero of their own story, right? And we want to do things that encourage others to build personal relationships in the same way, because we want members of our community building each other up. But, for reasons stated previously, triggering oxytocin release means we risk toying with people's emotions. And we have to be very careful about what we're doing here. Because our job is getting members hooked on Molly at scale with no oversight, right? Oxytocin is perhaps the greatest, most powerful drug on the planet, and our job is to use it to our advantage. And so that comes with a certain degree of responsibility. So, oxytocin and you. This is the final part here. Takeaway 1 of 7. Oxytocin is a neurotransmitter responsible for love. I think we got that. Oxytocin is a neurotransmitter responsible for group bonding. Treating people with kindness and respect is what triggers oxytocin release. Repeated, consistent action is necessary for oxytocin release. Otherwise, you just get serotonin or norepinephrine, which are far less interesting to us as community builders. Oxytocin makes entire communities sensitive to the negative treatment of individual members. This is why we have to be real careful with things around codes of conduct. We have to be careful to handle toxic community members very carefully. We have to work hard to curate the kinds of content that are being shared, the kinds of interactions that are being offered, because it doesn't take very much. There's an English saying, one bad apple spoils the bunch, right? And it's very true, especially in communities like this. 6, member love and strong communities depend upon oxytocin. I think that goes without saying at this point. And we must be sensitive to the emotional effects of our actions, because this is precisely what we're doing, right? We are evoking emotions in people, very, very strong, powerful emotions in people. And we need to be mindful of the effects that these efforts have. So, successful community programs are ones that engage in patterns of repeated activities that demonstrate kindness and respect for its members. I see people taking pictures, so I'll pause for just a moment. And conclusion 2, failing community programs are ones that engage in activities that demonstrate a lack of respect for its members, and lack of respect includes neglect. If you neglect your community, you're effectively setting it up to be nastily toxic. So, kindness and respect are table stakes, right? You can and you should go much further, a lot further, right? There's a lot of work to be done beyond merely setting these sorts of things up, because we want our communities, well, we want our communities to be engaged around certain topics. We want them to do certain things. They play a role in our business ecosystem. They play a role in our larger lives. They interact with each other, right? So this is just like baseline community building stuff. There's so much more, of course, that we have to do on top of all of this. So that's me. That's the talk. I have to put in a word for my employer who paid for me to get here. Thank you, Clem. I know you're watching right now. I work for Formants. We build open source financial infrastructure. And that's my cognitive theory of community. Yeah, sure.
Oh, one of them. Donnie, it's okay to take a question or two. So if there's anyone with a question, please raise your hand or come to the front, and we'll make sure that it's answered. Oh, there you go.
Hey, Don. How would you propose to keep the people leading the community, to help them on the long road, to stay in check with what they're trying to do?
The people leading the community?
Correct.
No, I didn't hear. If it, leading or leaving?
Leading. So the
Leading.
people that's trying to foster and build a community, out of your experience, what can you say would help them have enough fuel for the long road?
Yeah, community leading is a slog, right? I'm not sure what to say about maintaining energy levels among community leadership. As a low energy person myself, I struggle with that personally. But I think it's really important to train the leadership to understand the kinds of things that they can and should be doing in order to head off the kinds of nasty stuff that ultimately leads to burnout in the first place. Because if you can avoid, my experience anyway, is that if you can avoid building toxicity into your community leadership is less likely to burn out. What do you do when that happens? I'm not sure. In many cases, that community is just over, and you need to figure something else out. I don't have particular recommendations for what to do once a community has gone toxic, to be completely honest, aside from just gutting the whole thing. Yeah.
Let's do maybe one more question before we go for coffee fuel.
Why is this one specifically about communities? Because it should relate to teams as well.
Yes, it should relate to teams. Theoretically, this should relate to everything that we do in our lives in some sense, right? But as somebody who works building communities, this is what's top of mind for me. But that's a great point. This could be generalized well beyond building developer communities, for sure, onto your own teams. Yeah, good point.
Well, excellent. So thank you so much again, Dawn.
Thank you.
We'll have a short break. Please be back 11:15.
Let's see if this one works. It does. Wow. Immediately in one try. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good break. It is my favorite time of day again. We are going to do open spaces. Before I begin, I want to get a feeling for the room. How many people have never done an open space before? One or two, which is good. So I'm going to explain what they are, and then we'll get into it. So, before I begin, open spaces, let me explain what it is, and then I'll explain how we're going to do this. Open spaces is how we give back the conference to you. So we've heard speakers this morning, yesterday. They had great presentations. They shared their knowledge. What it is now going to do is we're going to split up in groups. We're going to have discussions throughout the day, after lunch. And we're going to talk about things that we think are fun, important, interesting. We're going to learn. We're going to share. But of course, there's a couple of rules that are important to abide by. And so the first rule of open spaces is whoever comes is the right people. This is an open format. Anyone can join a discussion. So whoever comes, that's the right group of people. That is fine. It also means that with that group of people, you are responsible for making happen what happens. So whatever happens is naturally then the only thing that could have happened. Also, although we do have a schedule, whenever it starts is the right time. So if there's only 3 people and you don't start, that's fine. If there's 3 people and you decide to do start, that's also fine. Now, because we do have a schedule and we need the room for another topic, another discussion after your allotted time is up, we do have some guidance on, if it's over, but feel free to continue the conversation somewhere else if the conversation wasn't done yet. We do need to clear out the room so that another discussion can take place. But if you haven't finished up your conversation, feel free to go outside, for instance, and continue the conversations. That is also totally fine. Then we have the law of mobility, meaning that if you're neither contributing nor getting something out of it, it is completely fine and also very much not rude to quietly leave the discussion and go to a different discussion or maybe even go to a talk. That is not rude. That is totally okay. We just agreed on this with the whole group. If you just respectfully, quietly take a step back, nod, and leave, we will not find that rude as a collective. It is fine. You have our permission. Then finally, I've told this joke yesterday, so I'm going to repeat it for the people who haven't heard it. I have 2 ears. Coincidentally, only one works. So this rule does not apply to me, but I think it does to you, because you have 2 ears and only 1 mouth. So generally speaking, try to listen twice as much as you talk. Try to give everyone in the discussion that wants to participate to actively share. Give them the room, give them the space to also contribute. And naturally, the code of conduct also applies to our open space conversations. And then hands up, who knows what an NDA is? Who knows what a friend-DA is? Good, good. So a friend-DA is our Devopsdays friendly version of an NDA. You do not need to sign anything, but whatever is talked about in an open space stays in an open space. If you learn something that is sensitive, if you learn something that is somehow maybe a little more sensitive than usual, please do not use it anywhere else except for in that discussion. If you hear something that you think, whew, then you'll leave it. You leave it in the open space. You do not take it home with you. That is also a rule we all abide by participating in an open space. So let's make sure we're respectful of that. Good. So how this will work is I have Jelmer with me. And what we're going to do is we're going to ask the audience, that's you all, for topics. These things can be anything from the usual chickens, dogs versus cats, what's next after DevOps Days. It can be anything that you think is worthwhile of a discussion. Now, the only very small requirement is that if you do suggest a topic, we kindly request you to also be able to start a conversation about that topic so that we can get the open space running, kicked off, get the discussion going. So what we'll do is we'll form an orderly queue right by Jelmer. Then you can pitch your idea for a second or two, saying, hey, I'm Joep, I want to talk about what's next after DevOps. And then you write it down on a Post-it, you put it on the board will be down there. And then we have a bunch of topics that we can discuss throughout the day. It's going to be a lot of fun. What I'll need your help with is figuring out the schedule. It is a blank canvas right now. Let's, as a collective, make sure that that canvas gets filled up, scheduled in the best way possible. I'm only one voice, I'm only one opinion. So if you have opinions about scheduling, because maybe there's 2 open spaces that you think are super awesome, then come up to the front. Make sure those 2 are not scheduled at the same time. That would be a waste. So if you have opinions, if you feel strongly about an open space, come to the front. Help us schedule. All right, so now comes the tricky part. Who is going to be first? Ooh. I see people pointing at each other, but I see someone raising his hand. Come up to the front, let's pitch an idea. Is he late? Do you get to be first, Jurgt? That is also fine. That is the beauty of open spaces. Whatever happens, happens. No, I'm going to give you the mic then.
I'm Sjoerd, I'm a freelancer and I want to talk about how to deal with obnoxious recruiters that keep calling the entire day while you're working.
You write it down?
Hello. Yes. Okay, my name is Renat and I want to talk about the good, the bad and the ugly platform team structures.
Yeah, we'll do the next one if you want.
Flip-flop.
My name is Bart. I'm interested in organizing some people who want to work fully open source with the government. Bert Hubert is talking a lot about making a new platform for the government that's not managed by managers, but by engineers. But nothing much happens there. So I'd like to see what we can do as a group or find some like-minded people who want to make government IT cheaper and better.
Hi, I'm Pat. I'd like to talk about the value of DevOps and DevOps tooling for very tiny companies and server sets.
You'll need to put it on the post-it note and then stick it. I have the exact t-shirt.
All right, as the team's chicken keeper, I feel obliged to host an open space about chickens.
Hi, I'm Mike, and I'd like to open a discussion about how we grow our baby DevOps into junior DevOps, into media, and then leader DevOps.
Oh? Yeah. I'm still using Baby DevOps. And just to annoy everybody.
No. I am so lucky I'm deaf in one ear.
Hey, I'm Michael, and I want to talk about the 3-tier architecture in a platform product.
All right, my name is Steven. In the last talk, we learned that respect and kindness are table stakes for community building, and that we can and should go beyond that. I would like to make that a bit more tangible and learn how to go beyond that.
Baby DevOps, I like it.
Hello, my name is Bushra and I would like to talk about outages, especially how do we talk about them in a way that we talk about learnings and the juicy details that makes them fun.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Floor, and I would love to hear success stories around backlogs.
Go ahead.
Let's get someone from on the board first.
Sorry.
Small tip.
What are you doing?
Right on the side that doesn't have the sticky strip. We'll fix it later.
So my topic is, what's the MVP for a home brew or a home server? So what is the least viable thing you have to host to host everything on your home brew?
Oh, thank you.
Hello, my name is Greg. Post-mortems are so 2024. What about pre-mortems?
That's called design. Hi, I'm Joop. I would like to know what you all want to hear at this conference next year. I want to know what topics, what themes are important to you, so that we can create a better schedule than we did until now, because I want to evolve this event. So I want to know what's interesting to you. And also while we're there, maybe we can also get some feedback on this year, see how it went, what your feedback is, because I want to learn. I want to know what feedback you have.
Yeah, I was going to combine that with tell us what we can do better.
I'm not supposed to use it.
Hi, I'm Bas, and as a former hiring manager, I'm deeply appreciative of the fact that there's no recruitment going on in here. But there's the other side as well. There might be people that are unhappy. How do we find those? How do we help those people, and especially people that feel they're in a community that's being threatened, they feel unsafe where they are, maybe a different country? What can we do to reach out? Mind you, we're not talking about recruiting, but people that need to move, want to move, or are unhappy. We can help them.
Nice.
Hi, my name is Lieve, and I would like to talk about the pros and cons of if we should add the output of rendered or compiled things like Helm charts, etc., to source control or not.
Anyone else? Who's still a little bit nervous about attending their first open space or attending open spaces? We'll help you. Find one with a conference buddy, and we're going to make sure everyone has an enjoyable time.
All right.
Hello, my name is Danny. Yesterday we had a very successful playing games session, so I would like to schedule 3 in a row now, so we have some more time for games.
All right. So we go on about communication. Lots of the communication is happening in meetings. Most of those meetings are organized like shit, without agendas, without proper who's talking now, what are the conclusions and all that stuff. Did anybody figure out how to do them well? And can you teach me?
I'm inspired by the idea of the recruiter and then helping each other out. So I would like to have an open space where we talk about our success stories as our careers, especially if you're looking for something new. That would give you some ideas about, that would give all of us a little bit more acknowledgement that we have cool stories in our bags, and we can talk about that when we're going through interviews.
Hi, my name is Jurre, and I want to talk about with you how to deal with mainline or main brands cowboys.
How many do we have?
We're getting so many open spaces now that they're falling off the board.
Maybe there were topics proposed yesterday that didn't make the cut because we had only a few slots. We had fewer slots yesterday than we do today. So if you feel that a topic proposed yesterday that didn't make the cut deserves a second chance, maybe?
Speaking of careers, I am interested if any of you want to talk about finding a job or a career doing the right thing for the world while also getting paid for it.
And I don't know, maybe Nathan can tell me if I'm right or wrong. Didn't DevOps Days come out of something similar to an open spaces at FOSDEM, was it? Was it FOSDEM? No. It was an agile conference, so DevOps Days came out. So open spaces can create a big, huge community, you know, these random talks. And it was, I believe, only 2 people who showed up in the room. So even from those small open spaces, this is why I think open spaces is the core of DevOps Days and why I love it so much. They spark ideas which can blow up all over the world. Some inspiration, hopefully.
My name is Hillary, and I would like to talk about on-call and on-call rotations.
Awesome. Look at how many ideas we have. This is going to be a challenge, scheduling them all. Because, as is usual at a DevOps Days, some things are chaotic. The slots we have on this nice piece of cardboard are not representative of the actual schedule. So, let's start scheduling. Let's start figuring this out together. Again, if you have strong opinions, please join us in the front, so that we can schedule, so that we can make the best schedule possible. We're going to take a little while, as we did yesterday. At some point, hopefully before lunch, we will fill this out in the online schedule. I no longer even have a badge, and my badge doesn't even have something on the back.
Using a badge, which, can I borrow your badge, please?
So,
thank you.
Yelmer has
Use the QR code. Oh,
scan the QR code with your phone. That'll take you to the online thing where the program is. Tim will work his magic, and then we will have an open space schedule on the website so you know when and where to go. Let's start scheduling. Let's figure this out together. I'm going to sit here with a laptop, and then please come to the front. If you are going to do something else, I have not the program with me right now, but
well,
Tim knows.
We have lunch in 25 minutes. So we planned the Friday morning to be a bit more slow and relaxed because we assumed everybody was going to have a very good time yesterday, which you all did, right?
Hopefully.
Yes, hopefully. If not, tell us, and we'll improve it for next year. So it's a slow morning, and hopefully the keynote and talk we had this morning will allow you to discuss and create those ideas and also interact with each other. Again, conference buddy, Pac-Man rule with everything. So we're going to have lunch at 12. By the time, hopefully, we will have the open spaces. At the same time, you can fill out your sponsor passports. So please, again, we will not be able to do this without sponsors, and we need to tell them this is the community you definitely want to support. Go and check out the sponsors.
Yes, so on the topic of the sponsor passport, if you're missing the CloudBee stamp, find someone in an orange shirt or go to where their booth is. We will help you get that stamp so you can complete your passport. Because we're not taking these prizes home. I hope you are.
Wait, what? We're not? Why not?
I don't think so.
I mean, I wouldn't mind.
Okay. All right, let's start scheduling. We'll be back. If not, enjoy lunch, and we'll see you all after lunch.
Thank you, everybody.
hello. Yep. Hello. Okay, so come in. Right, okay, this is going to be the start of the Ignites. Who wasn't here yesterday? Hands up. Okay, that's unfortunate because yesterday I showed what an Ignite was by doing it in the form of Ignite. And you're not getting that today. Instead, you're getting Yankat and Chaos. So we have two Ignite speakers. We have John and Paulina, after which we have Ignite Karaoke, which is why we have Chaos. So basically the format of that is our volunteers will receive a random slide deck, which has been curated very carefully, and they will have to present on it, having never seen it before in their lives, which is going to be awful and hilarious. But before then, do you want a mic? Oh, hang on, we've got another mic. This one what?
My voice is already going, so.
Do you want some water?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I had too much coffee.
Same.
Oops.
Right. So tasty.
So tasty. Where are we going?
In stereo.
I like how you're doing all of that with chaos behind you.
With chaos. All right, there we go. So, hi, my name is John. I work for the Wekamp retail group, better known as Wekamp, but also as kleertjes.com. We sell clothing in the Netherlands and shoes and home and garden furniture. And we deleted production because why not? Well, we didn't want to, but it happened anyway. And that's always fun because it's very explosive and everyone is like, oh no, what happened? Usually in IT it's DNS. If something goes wrong, in our case it wasn't DNS, but it was a very small change that shouldn't have caused any outage at all. It's two unused variables that we deleted in an external secret definition. And they shouldn't matter, and it didn't matter, but this was the cause of all of this. This started a workflow. So how does something small do this? And this is very funny because everyone in the company always comes together when something goes wrong and everyone is like, oh no, everything goes on fire. This guy, the Koen guy, he's one of the heads and he's like, I'm going to make an incident channel because he also wants to be part of the party. Guy at the bottom, very happy to see his alert actually working because he's never seen an outage. So he's like, look at my alerts, they're working, that's amazing. And you know, I agree, it's very fun to see your stuff work. And we have, of course, have a couple of internal things that don't work and external things that don't work and everyone's like, is the website down? Yes, it is down. What is very cool for us in the platform and infrastructure team is that we now see the green line, the traffic, go down. The blue line, the error rate, well, also goes down. And at some point, the metrics disappear because they are also nuked. So you don't have any traffic, you have no metrics. How is this possible? How do you go from something so small to something, well, it's technically also small, but also very big? There's no more website. There's nothing. Everything's gone. How does this work? Shouldn't work. So this is where DevOps come into play. We have a pipeline, and those changes happen at one end, and they go through the pipeline, and they end up in production. And things that are bad also end up in production. So this is why DevOps principles and automation and GitOps, it is a double-edged sword, because all your good things go very fast, very rapidly, very quickly. All your bad things also go very fast, very rapid, and very quickly. So every bad change propagates just happily through your infrastructure. So this is not that bad for us, because it's actually a triple-edged sword, because all your fixes also propagate very quickly, which is amazing, because then you have a massive outage, and then you can un-outage that massive outage, which is what you want. So that's why all of this is great. So how do we get there? Well, in the past, we had an outage, and it feels like this. And we're like, well, we don't want an outage to feel like this. We want an outage to be, well, not necessarily a happy experience, but less problematic, more easy. So what we wanted back then, and it was like 10 years ago when we had a massive outage that we didn't like, we were like, we have to get better at reliability. And if you zoom out, that's not just getting better at reliability. So much coffee. We have to get better at change. This was built into the slides, I'm cheating. So when you get better at change, you also get better at repairing things, rolling out new features, fixing bugs, whatever. So what you actually have to do is get better at change. And of course, DevOps principles help. Now, some changes you don't get to choose. So someone breaches your systems and you have to fix it. That's a change you don't get to choose. Hardware defects, software defects, they are, well, some of them are changes, some of them are things you have to change, but you don't get to choose those changes, but you have to be good at them anyway. Some of the changes you do get to choose. For example, your engineer wants a platform feature, or, I don't know, bug fixes, features that their product owner wants done. We have to propagate those into production. But we can do that and make our engineers happy, and that's changes that we can choose. So getting good at them is great. So what happened that day? Well, we deleted these two variables. This is an external secret operator. If you want to know what it is, come talk to me later. And we propagated that change from the AWS Secrets Manager into Kubernetes, which is what we want. Those secrets are used by Argo CD to find out which Kubernetes clusters exist. Normally, you let the reconciler, the loop, essentially figure out there's an update. We need to update the secret. We are kind of lazy, but also proactive, so we didn't want to wait, so we deleted the secret and have it recreated. But Argo, being very fast, sees that the secret is gone for 10 milliseconds, and it assumes, well, that means that you want to undeploy production, which is what happened. It undeployed production for us, which is great. Of course, after the secret came back, it redeployed production. But for us, this wasn't a big deal because the bottom row is all workload clusters. And all of the other clusters in Argos, they are control planes, they are environments, they are things that are isolated from each other. So you can still propagate changes even though production is gone. And for us, it only lasted 21 minutes. And it was only a couple of clusters that were down, but it was production, so it was still bad. But it got fixed really fast, essentially. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay, are you ready for this? Yeah, for that. Oh, good. You got this? Okay, Paulina is up in 3, 2, 1.
Hello, so I'm Paulina. I work for myself. I'm a consultant, so I've seen the same mess everywhere in so many organizations. So let's go back to basics. So DevOps, it's not a department, it's not a title, it's not something what we can buy. So, but what's the misconception about it? It's not a team. How can we solve it? Well, everyone is trying, no one can really do it well. That's the common problem which I see in everyone, from startup, public, yeah. What is it? It's a culture, and that's where we go to basics and how we do it work. It's not dev, it's not ops, it's not pipelines, it's not the tools. So that's how we're trying to make it work and focus to actually deliver. But change is hard, we don't like it, we like to be in our own comfortable spot, and no, YAML doesn't really help with it. So you need to work on it daily, in, day out, every small thing matter. So we have dev, test, ops, security, we all live in our own world, which don't really talk to each other, so here we go. Silo city, no communication, separate worlds, own tools. So what can we do? Well, first thing, sit together, talk to each other, understand why, get some food, get some beers, that usually helps with being able to make it more work. But then what's next? We need a why. We don't only get hype for DevOps, platform, or anything. We need to understand what's actually causing it and what's our motivation behind it, what are we trying to solve. And once we have our why, then we need to ask leadership, hey, what are we getting out of it? Because they don't like just skeptical, they want an ROI, they want, oh, less downtime, less problems, then maybe we can spend some money and time on it. Well, but how do you get everyone to communicate? Well, DevOps, it's not my job, I commit the code, the end of my work, let's other worry about it. And what comes next? Well, we have Ops, who's trying to not be only janitors, not only being, human firefighters, and only staying after hours and deal with all the fires which devs puts on in the production. So, but then we got the platform coming to the picture, and okay, DevOps, it's not cool anymore. Of course, we got one centralized tool which can deal with all, but does it change the culture? Not really. So another shiny tool? Well, we need some trust between the people to actually be able to solve it. And tools doesn't equal always trust. It can help, it can get shit, but well, what trust helps with? We have trust, gives us collaboration. If we have better collaboration, we can have a better speed and better outcomes. And then we get management happy, actually, when we can deliver what we promise. But they want to see how the change looks like. So when we get metrics, we get DORA, we get lead time, how many incidents we have, what's your average time, mean time to recovery, and so on. But well, when AI entered the picture, and AI hype, love it. But we can, the AI chat doesn't gonna solve culture for us and communication for us, even if we can talk to it. So yeah, it helps, but it doesn't replace. Let's it help us, but culture and our own communication is still there, even if we have AI agents and AI agents which can talk to each other. Well, what actually can work? Talk to each other, communicate, put common goals, not only common repos. Okay, I talk too fast. And every action pretty much it matters, so compound interest, be resilient, do everything with certain action and intention behind it. And doesn't matter what label you put, is it SRE, DevOps, platform, whatever. It's a culture which you're trying to collaborate with each other and get common goals. Labels change, the results, not really. So it's not a job title, it's not a department, it's a mindset. Focus on this.
Woo! Thank you so much. That was fantastic. Okay, now we get to the true chaotic part. But should we put another hand together for these two? Thank you both. Very scary getting up here. I don't know what's going on. Okay, who's my first victim? I mean volunteer. Volunteers? Karaoke? Karaoke? We have a volunteer. Woo! Hello again, Dan.
Hello again.
So, I have a selection of 3 different slide decks.
I will take the most chaotic option.
The chaotic option, oh dear. Well...
Is there a topic? Am I to be primed in any way for this?
You
So we're talking about photography today, because that's one of my special interests.
Hey. Okay. Do you want the title?
I don't know. You tell me what the procedure is.
Agentic AI.
Yes.
Are you ready?
I am ready.
3, 2, 1.
Agentic AI. Subtitle, it's a myth. It's just words, people. And there is going to be another slide that's going to prompt me, I hope, to say more than... Okay, yeah, so this is not agentic AI, nor is this art for that matter. This is a picture that wow, I feel like I'm being stared down upon. I hope you're feeling really intimidated too, because, it's coming. They have control over everything. They are going to just, forget it. You don't have a job tomorrow. That's the way it's going. But the funny thing is, it is a myth, even though they are coming. Really, are you intimidated by this? It's not a real thing, come on. What kind of control can this exert over our lives? It's just a picture of a robot drawn by a robot. How intimidating is that? Work? Yeah, no, this doesn't work. None of this is working whatsoever. How many of you have agentic AI doing work for you? Like really, actual work? No. They think they have control. They think it's the 80s and they're super into synth pop, which is absolutely not an effective strategy for gaining control over your work or taking your work away. But they are going to make a killer sound list that makes you very sad. Unfortunately, the truth is, as agentic AI on Spotify has continued to populate lo-fi playlists, it's just gotten sadder and sadder over time, which is not conducive to work. And look, this one's even crying. Such ennui. Such ennui. So is this the motivating force that we need in our lives? Is this how we want to do work? Is this what we want having control over us? It's time to take oversight. We're the ones who should be asserting control over the way the situation unfolds. We should be making the playlist, and in fact, we should be generating the lo-fi music that's less full of sadness, because otherwise, we're going to end up in a situation where, like, this is what street photography in Tokyo looks like now. I mean, the fact that agentically anything is possible if you call it that. But the real fact of the matter is they're just fancy statistical machines that generate words. So apparently an agentic AI has come up with this term, and they're going to force us to use it. I don't know what to do with all of these robot images. That one is straight out of X-Men. But only daunting if you allow it to be, because again, it's just an image programmatically generated. And I'm running out of steam. How many more slides are there?
I lost count, sorry.
That's excellent. Well, we should have programmatically included a slide count in here. I am seriously, though, thinking about that as a tattoo. That would be interesting. I have lost my momentum because these AI agents have taken control of what it is that I'm trying to say automatically, and it's not working. Or maybe it is working. Whoever put these slides together was not an AI agent. They anticipated everything that I was going to say, right? Humans are really good at that in a way that AIs are not. AIs just do that over and over and over again, right? This is the best that we're getting out of our agentic AIs, is creepy cyberpunk images. And not even real words. Utopia? Now, the original meaning of utopia was a city that doesn't exist, right? It was a story about a place that was so unfeasible that it collapsed on itself, and it was not something for us to attain. So if AI wants to drive us to utopia, what do we say? We say, get on the chair, sit the fuck down, shut the fuck up. Not going there. We're in control of our own future.
I think that's the last one.
Excellent.
Oh, wait, I was wrong.
One more after this one. If I just say the word interfaces. Interfaces. The future is not going to be what we think it is.
I'm so sorry. So,
Q&A? Q&A?
Yeah, we asked Gemini to produce a agentic AI slide deck for us, and that's what we got. So,
see, it's crap. It's absolute crap.
so we had to put some filler word slides in.
The word slides were the best.
I'm sorry. Thank you. So we do have some kinda slide decks that were put together by humans if anyone else wanted to volunteer.
I can do it. Someone else wants.
Do you want to?
Sure, why not?
Let's go.
Make more problems.
Hands together.
All right. What do we got?
I'll give you one that's actually not insane. Yeah. Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, the theme is on the first slide.
That's what they all say.
That is what they all say. You're on.
Stroopwafels. Oh, we like those. So yeah, actually, Americans will call them stroopwafels, but they're not stroopwafels, they're stroopwafels. And why are they stroopwafels? Because they're a waffle with stroop. Next slide, please. Oh, doesn't work like that. So yeah, what is it? It's probably very old. I don't know how old. I do know that they come in a variety of sizes. Also, at the supermarkets, will try to scam you by having this artisanally baked stroopwafel, which is supposed to be very big and very cool, but it comes out of the same factory and it's the same stroopwafel, just bigger and more expensive. If you do this, you'll get a heart attack, so don't do that. But yeah, you can do it if you want to. Maybe Waffle House will actually do something like this and call it a freedom waffle. So apparently there's a city in here, so I'm going to guess that this is the city where stroopwafels were invented. And maybe, because it's Gouda, they invented it right next to the cheese. If Goudse kaas is out of Gouda. Well, look at that. That's not stroopwafel related at all. I think this slide deck is not about stroopwafels at all. We've been fooled, people, by our previous AI agentic overlords. This is a slide deck about the Netherlands, about bikes and klompen and windmills and bitterballen and cheese. See, there's the cheese. That's the Goudse kaas. It actually doesn't look like Goudse kaas. It looks like a different kind of cheese. So again, have the AIs played us again? I don't know. We'll see. Vote with your phones. Well, actually don't, because we're going to get the next slide and have no influence over it. Look at that. That's marshmallows on stroopwafels. What kind of monstrosity is that? The other thing is completely legal, though. That's like, it looks like it could be sprinkles, hagelslag, but you never know. And this just makes no sense. The other way makes sense, by the way. You can go to a market and can buy a bag of bits of stroopwafels. So they will make stroopwafels live on demand at the market. And then whatever they cut off the edges, you can get them in the bag. And it's very tasty. Also not very healthy, but who cares? If you look at the ingredients, you again see, well, that's not very healthy. But again, who cares? They are so tasty, so delicious. If you go buy a pack at the supermarket, you will go eat them all. And then you will feel guilty and buy another pack. This I've never heard of. Coffee toppers. That sounds like an AI made-up thing. It does, however, work very well. So stroopwafels with tea or with coffee, because it's caramel, so it gets like very gooey and soft in your mouth and very sweet. It's lovely. These are not stroopwafels. There are, by the way, also stroopkoekjes. Back when everyone was black and white, a long time ago, I worked at a supermarket and someone was complaining that our stroopwafels are wrong because they're supposed to be stroopkoekjes. And I was like, I'm 15, I'm not going to get into an argument with you. Belgians, again, they are very good indeed. But again, these are not stroopwafels. I don't think they got it wrong. They just created a different instance. It's a very versatile snack. By the way, I don't know if this is going to be in the slides, but you can actually get stroopwafels not on your poffertjes, which is what that one is. You can put them on pancakes too. That's even less healthy, but it's delicious. Put some ice cream on it. Amazing. So this, again, you can read this. Why would I read this for you if you can read it? But what's more fun is that this factory looks like it's not AI generated. This looks like it's from Google Images, so it's a real image. So it's a breakfast snack at United Airlines. Yes, that's true. It's also a breakfast snack at British Airlines and also in KLM and also, I think it's Delta. But yeah, who cares? Not Delta? Well, last time I flew with Delta was 10 years ago, so what do I know? Space Mega stroopwafels, yes. There's also these stroopwafels that are a 2-pack. They're sold in vending machines at the stations. Don't buy those, they're bad. They taste awful, they're very expensive, don't do it. This is, yeah. Well, what you can see is, these people are made out of stroopwafels, and these people are not made out of stroopwafels. So don't feel bad when you eat some, because you might be eating people. So yeah, there's that. This is the biggest stroopwafel ever made. It has to be, because otherwise the Guinness Book of World Records wouldn't be marking it down as the biggest stroopwafel ever. If you eat it, you will die. Don't do it. There's golden stroopwafels. Again, don't eat them. You will die. But apparently they are the most loved snack in the world. And this is great, because not only our cheese is amazing and our tulips, which if anyone was at the pub quiz, the pub quiz wasn't that color, but the pub quiz also mentioned tulips. And well, we have tulips, klomps, windmills, cheese, and stroopwafels. And wheat, probably, but yeah. Is this the last slide? Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, I think we're about out of time for karaoke. Yeah, sorry folks, no more karaoke today. Which I do believe means it's your turn to speak. You're good, wide up, got everything.
right? Do you want me to go and get you one? I think I have one, just underneath my seat.
Am I on, folks? So hey, folks, this is not going to be a karaoke slide deck. This is actually prepared by me. But it's about risk and risk management, which is equally fun. I'm going to promise you. So this is me. My name is Robin. I've been an SRE for most of my career. I'm currently a product manager reliability at Molly. Molly is a payments service provider. And as product manager, I'm responsible for reliability engineering. I'm also part of the SRE NL meetup group. The meetup group, I'm the organizer. We host 2 events, or 1 event each 2 months. I'm going to have a QR code with a link in it for later on if you like this talk. So the most exciting talk today, right? Risk management, don't you think? I understand if you saw this topic, you were like, this is going to be dull. It isn't. By the end of this talk, I've given you like 3 examples of actual implementations which you can use on your daily life if you're like a DevOps engineer or a platform engineer or an SRE. But first, risk management, what is it and why do we do it? Well, at Molly, we have risk management to mitigate risk because we process payments, often your payments. And I'm pretty sure that you would like to trust us processing your payments. Risk is not about systems. It's about data. We keep your data safe, and often data is classified in a certain way. It's CIA, and it has nothing to do with this organization from the States. It's about confidentiality. So we make sure that not everyone is able to access your data. It's about integrity, so that if you put any payment in our system that you know for sure, it's going to get out the same way as you put it in. And it's about availability. We want to make sure that your data is available whenever you need it. And then we have this thing around audits, and it's basically a bit how risk works. Audits validates your design, so that's the way we promise how we mitigate risks. And it's about validating the effectiveness of your implementations. There's 3 sources that we use for requirements on risk. There's regulation. This is the law. This is something that we need to adhere to. GDPR, Sarbanes-Oxley, DORA, they are all examples of risk regulation. And it's often very loose in requirements, it's super fake text, but it is something that we need to adhere to. Then we have frameworks. These are often used for giving your customers more confidence in your products. They are very strict in requirements, so that there's actually dedicated auditors that check the requirements, and if you fulfill those, so that you get your sort of like certificate that you can show, hey, I'm SOC 2 certified, or I'm ISO certified, so that your customer knows they have their shit together, right? And then you have policies, and policies are often self-inflicted. They're owned by your company, and they include the requirements set by your company to fulfill those risks. You can write your own. Because basically, as engineers, or as an engineering community, you are the first line of defense for risk, meaning that you can describe how you deal with risks. Today, I would like to focus on DORA, and those are not the DevOps metrics. If your assumption was this is about the DevOps metrics, and this is about like deployment frequency and change failure rate and all those things, I'm very sorry, it is not. It's about DORA and SRE. So what's a DORA? Well, it's the Digital Operational Resilience Act, and it is regulation to ensure that financial institutions are all set to handle, address, and bounce back from disruptions and threats to keep things running smoothly and protect the confidential integrity and availability of your data. Whew. That's too long, right? Basically, it means All our financial organization needs to try their best to keep your data safe and be available whenever you need them. And this is a good thing. You want your banks to be there when you need them, anytime. So let's bring SRE to the game, folks. Site reliability engineering. I assume that most of you are very familiar with site reliability engineering. Nonetheless, SRE is what you get when you treat operations as if it's a software problem. And that's basically what we do. It's basically focusing on these topics: monitoring, incident response, postmortems, testing release procedures, capacity planning, development. And what we do as SREs, we automate and create tools and guidance around these topics. It's not only technical, it's also social technical skills. We bring these skills to our organization to cover all those topics. And basically today is what you get if we treat risk as if it is an SRE problem. So let's take the same model and see what DORA wants us to do. It wants us to identify and inventorize and monitor our systems. It wants us to respond whenever it's needed. It wants us, and it's actually true, it wants us to learn from those outages. And it wants us to test our systems and procedures on resilience. It wants us to manage our capacity. It wants us to have procedures in place to change our systems. Basically, it says you need to have some sort of version control. Let's say Git. You need to have a deployment system. And it tells us that we need to understand how critical our business functions are to our company and what systems support them. Actually, it makes a lot of sense, right? But how did I get here? Well, actually, I read the Act. And it's not an easy thing. And I took some quotes out for you folks, and I needed to shorten them because otherwise it didn't fit on the slide. But basically it said, you need to identify, you need to detect, you need to alert yourself and respond, and you need to test your systems. So I'm going to dive a bit deeper into those topics. Oh, and basically the Act is like 72 pages long, but there's all kind of like addendums that you can read as well. It's fun. So I'm going to help you translate this. So it says something about financial entities shall identify all sources and something, 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 their ICT-supported business functions, information assets, and ICT assets. Assets, this is what it means. A business function, that's the thing your customers are using. ICT assets, those are your systems that you maintain with all your pride, right? We have these great systems. These services and their resources, right? Those are the infrastructure resource that you need. And then you have those information assets. That's the data that flows through that system to provide the data to your customers. See? It's not that hard. So how did we actually identify and detect these assets? Well, this was quite simple for us. We had this internal developer platform called Backstage. And Backstage comes with a catalog info YAML file. And you can put in your catalog info YAML file whatever you like. Like, what is the name of your system? What type of system is this? How critical is this system? What languages are you using? And we processed those catalog info YAMLs, and we standardized tags and telemetry. So we used our standardized libraries, and we added like our standardization, and we added tagging in our standard libraries. We created an observability pipeline so that we made sure that all the tags were consistent, because otherwise we ended up, we actually had 3 ways to say production. We had PRD, PROD, production. It didn't make sense at all, so we have sort of like a pipeline that actually checks and corrects these tagging. It's also quite nice to prevent or to lower the blast radius of like a cardinality explosion if it happens. And I can tell you folks, if you have like a SaaS product for your observability, this is a good thing to have. We use distributed traces and synthetic test to understand the dependencies between our systems and the business functions. So we use synthetic tests to test those business functions And we gave tags, so the tags flow through the systems, and by using distributed traces, we could recognize which systems were supporting those business functions. But it worked the other way around as well. By having all these distributed traces in place, we could actually identify patterns and identify business functions that we haven't set ourselves yet, which was pretty cool. We used Spotify's backstage system model as a foundation, and we created our own little service to push that information into our observability platform. Making way for something that us product managers like to call the single pane of glass for teams, right? That's the only page you're gonna need while firefighting. It's not true, but it's a great starting point because it's gonna give you your metrics, your traces, the infrastructure that supports your systems. It's going to give you your SLIs in one place, your SLOs, your error budgets, basically anything that you need to get going on your reliability. And it's a great thing to offer as reliability engineers. It also gave way to scorecards, where we actually basically scored our systems, mostly binary checks, right? Either yes or no, this exists or not. This is a great guide for teams. Teams could go to the scorecard, see hey, this is something I miss, and we give guidance on how to improve those. But it also doubles for us to validate if we actually adhere to the design that we created at first. Next topic, incident management processes. This is actual title in the DORA Act. And if you don't believe me, it's Article 17, so you can see for yourself. This basically means incident response and managing your incidents. So let me start off the trigger for incident response detection, right? DORA required us to have detection mechanisms in place to detect anomalies throughout our systems. Yes, it actually said that. It also forced us to understand the criticality of our system, so what was actually critical to us. Spoiler alert for us, it was money. And it helped us driving the adoption of SLIs and SLOs, because we all know how this works in organization. You have this great plan, you're like, hey folks, if we implement SLIs and SLOs on our independent services, everything is going to be fine. And then you come to the product team, with the product manager says, this is a great idea, but not today. Today I'm busy. But DORA, as a regulation, gave us sort of a tailwind to tell them hey folks, this is law. You don't want to end up in jail, so please implement this. So it gave us a sort of a tailwind to have SLO-driven monitoring. However, setting good SLIs is a lot of work. So we use Google's Art of SLO as foundation for our workshops, but still, setting an initial SLI is at least a 2 to 3 hour workshop to define the critical user journey, do some system diagramming, and identify the points which are important to the system. So I can highly recommend looking at the Google's Art of SLO workshop. It's open source, it's free for everyone to use. We created the chatbot. We actually call it the incident bot. It's a bot in Slack, and it helps you during your incident process. It helps you paging other people when you need them. It makes sure everyone adheres to this process. And it gets me back to the validation of your design. We designed an incident process, and now we need to validate the effectiveness, so we need to make sure that everyone uses the same process. This was not just for DORA, by the way, it was also for other certifications and frameworks. So we used a bot for this, because the bot made everyone's life easier, and by using the bot, everyone used the same process. It gives a status summary for everyone in the company, and it saves you a lot of stakeholder management while firefighting. It populates post-mortem. It keeps track of all these things that happens while having the incident, right? And it gives you a bit of a write-up. It automatically creates a sort of an impact assessment. For us, transactions are super important. We earn our money per transaction. So every time we have a sort of an outage, the we calculate the number of incidents that we did not process and that we should have had processed. And we can get to an actual amount, and that's neat. And we use the same bot during our resilience test, so that we know for sure that we don't just test system resiliency, but we also test the capability and train responders to respond to these outages. Lastly, resiliency test. We tiered up resiliency test because it's this massive thing where you need to test all your systems on their resilience and all your people on their capabilities to respond to outages. It's inspired by Google's disaster resiliency test, disaster recovery test, it's wrong. And it's actually tiered up in 3 tiers. The first tier is the largest one. These are like organizational-wide resilience tests. These are often referred to business continuity tests. It involves your board or your C-level. That's fun. You can do like a little game with them and test them. And you test your existential crisis situations. Things that if they go wrong and it lasts longer than like a week or a month or, I don't know, half year, your business will go down. Tier 2 is for us shared systems. Think of your Kubernetes platform. Think of your database platform or your load balance or the larger scale platforms. Often this is referred to as disaster recovery testing. So those are our tier 2 tests. And then we have a third tier where we test individual systems. We refer to them as game days. They're a lot of fun. We do them with teams that manage individual systems. And all these tests, they validate our SLIs, SLOs, but also the recovery time objective and the recovery point objective. That's basically related to the recovery point of your data. And all these tests you can use to validate these, which your auditor is going to like. I want to dive a bit into our third tier testing, which is game days. It's inspired by Datadog's game days. It's a 2-hour team event where we're actually going to do real-world disruptions, and we're going to do real-world incident processes and incident response, and we're going to do real-world postmortem, just like actual production incidents. It's perfect to build confidence. One of the first services we used for the game days was an actual new release of a new feature, and the folks were a bit scared, like, hey, what can we expect? We did a game day with them to build up their confidence to actually release their feature into production. It's a practical implementation of the chaos engineering principles. I'm not sure how many people are aware of the chaos engineering principles. Oh, you're all so cool. But this is a practical implementation. I know for some organizations, I work in other organizations, chaos engineering can still be a bit scary, and it's this entire thing that everyone wants to have, but everyone is a bit too scared to implement, because most of people would like to have perfect chaos engineering drills, right? Game days is very practical. But it's not just about testing system resilience. For us, it's important that we train our on-call responders, that we test our observability system, that we test our incident and response and mitigation tools, that we test if our alerts are actionable, and if they actually help you mitigating the incident. It's not so much about how the system responds per se. This is a good side effect, but it's mainly to train your people. And it's being done in a psychological safe environment. There's not a lot of stress, and that's also good. I'm going to give you an example. We use the chaos controller, which is made by Datadog. It installs an operator, CRDs, and webhooks into your cluster. It targeted nodes and pods and containers, and it injects disruptions via command lines. This could be container disruptions, CPU distress, disk failure, network disruptions. Could be any type of disruption, basically. And it basically works like a sort of like a YAML manifest that you inject into your cluster. But honestly, it's not so much about a tool. This tool fits best to us. There's other tools out there, like the Chaos Mesh, like Chaos Monkey. Do whatever works for you. It could also be just kubectl and then bring chaos to your clusters. That's mainly the main goal is to create these real-world disruptions instead of do like a theoretical tabletop game. Learnings. Write policies to explain how you manage risk and what principles you adhere to. This worked best for us. We wrote our own resilience policy where we actually dictate that we want to have observability in place, that we need to have SLIs in place, that we want to do resiliency testing through like game days and chaos engineering. And because these things are important to us, we put them in a policy. And all of a sudden, this is the rule for everyone in the company, which is quite nice. Tag your system and propagate those throughout your observability. It's going to help you understand the importance of your systems and what their role is in your business functions. Apply automation to otherwise dull systems. So we used DORA as like a tailwind to prioritize automation of observability tools, automation like incident bot, which makes it fun for people. Test real-life scenarios, because that could help you test actual real-life events, and it shows you the effectiveness of everything that you designed so far. And lastly, be pragmatic. kubectl allows you to create disruptions as well. Thank you so much. These are all the inspiration I had. I know it's a bunch of QR codes, so take a picture. Thanks for having me.
Let me see if this one works. It does, so thank you so much. Let's take a couple minutes. If there are questions, I will run to you and we can ask a question. There we go.
First, thank you for the talk. It's very interesting. I was wondering regarding the game names. I noticed you use the term real-world disruptions. How far are you taking this? Are you also doing game names with actual disruptions in production or real-world? Okay, well, maybe you can talk a bit more about the ins and outs of doing that safely.
A psychological safe environment, mainly. Yeah, so yes, production, because there's no other environment that is real world as production, right? It's also that our other environments are not as production-like as most people like to have it. But yeah, that is the best place to do it. But keep in mind, there's other safety mechanisms you can have in place, like feature flags, right? You can test your systems in production before you actually toggle the feature. So you can do that before it's actually live. That might help. But I know it's scary to hit on production your first game day.
All right, thank you.
No worries.
Cool. Any other questions from the audience? There we go. I see one.
Have you seen a reduction in the time it takes to go through a certification like SOC or anything like that while having this new SLIs and SLOs visible on your system?
No.
Does that help?
I don't know yet. So DORA came to play January. Became active, so that meaning that most of our implementations were done just on January or some of them February. And we're in the certification right now for SOC 2. So we'll see in a couple of weeks.
Oh, good luck with that.
Thanks.
Any other questions? No more questions? Then let's give him a massive round of applause. Thank you so much for being here. With that, we are running a little early, which is unique. You are part of the unique DevOps Days experiences where normally talks run long. But now we have a little extra break. Go visit an open space because they are still running. look at your QR code, scan the thing on your badge, go to an open space that you like, and then we'll be back here in this room 5 minutes past 2. So in about 15 minutes, then we'll continue the schedule.
Do you still hear me well? I moved the microphone, I'm sorry. All good.
Walking, yeah, okay. People in the back, can you come please here? We have an open space in parallel and we are a small audience. It will be nicer to be centralized, so please. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's cozy today and fun. And while more people are coming in, I will just let you know that Ivica, our next speaker, was magically able to put overspending and great in the same sentence. I don't know how, and I'm curious to see. And he also shared with us that he is really excited to be here. And I don't know if you've been on stage before, but it's really, really exciting and scary sometimes. And I want all of you now with me to stand. Stand. And I want to hear like a really huge round of applause to Ivica.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I get for sharing my public speaking career goals with the organizers. They put you on the spot like twice. I know it's Friday. I know the time is very nice outside. The weather is nice, and it's after lunch, and I am super grateful to have you all here because I know it's the last day of the conference. So I will try to make it interesting for you with a story, and the story itself starts in 2020. Right, so the year is 2020. You cannot buy toilet paper, but you can work from home, so that's nice, right? And because of the lockdowns, the online sales are growing like crazy, and in this specific story, online sales have grown 20% year over year, so the business is doing very good. My team was also having it good, because most of the resources we have are tagged on AWS. Almost all of the infrastructure that we are running is managed with infrastructure as code, with all kinds of Terraforms and whatnot. And we also have some budget alerts so that we know where our spend are going and how well or how poorly that's going. The department that I'm speaking about, it is a backend operations for an e-commerce platform. So all kinds of order routing, warehouses, refunds, inventory management, and then times 20 because we serve 20 fashion brands. So you have to make things modular. You have to make one thing work for all 20 of them, hopefully. And to make it happen, we standardized on a lot of common services and also on a lot of industry standards, such as using Kafka for inter-service communication. And this cluster was working very well, super stable, no issues there. And it also contained a lot of operational data. Like all kinds of orders were going through it, return information, etc. Important one, keep it in mind. On the other hand, we have an analytics team, and they are sitting down and they are discovering this amazing new service called AWS Athena. And how many of you are familiar with AWS Athena? Nice, a good number of hands, cool. We weren't as a company at the time, but the analytics department was spearheading, and they were showing us, and it was apparently cool, because with Athena, you could query your operational data in the form of JSON files. So you could write proper SQL, Athena would read it from a file, the information, and return the result back to you. And if you put 2 and 2 together, we basically connected our Kafka cluster, which has all kinds of operational data, so that it dumps all of it into an S3 bucket. Athena comes on top of it, and we reap all the benefits, because we now can run analytical workloads on the operational data. You can understand the past, and you can try to predict the future. That was the goal, right? And Athena in itself is awesome, but what makes it truly awesome is that it's truly serverless. Why do I say truly serverless? Because it just happily scales to your demand. More queries, cool. More data, cool. More cost, yes, also cool. But you also get charged exactly 0 when you don't use it. So that's why I call it truly serverless. And to calculate how much it costs you to run these queries, it's a super simple calculation. It's just $5 per terabyte of data that you query. Simple, like fourth grade math at best, maybe fifth for me. So talking about costs, being in this ops team, DevOps, cloud, whatever, we look at this. And you see the costs are kind of rising. But on the other hand, I also said the business is going well. The business is good. So it makes sense that your analytical queries are also costing you more because you are doing more. No surprise. Who thinks there's a surprise? Of course there's a surprise. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the surprise. Because these are daily costs. Yes. So every day goes up. Goes up to this number per month just for Athena. And when I initially pitched this to my manager to get approval to speak about what is essentially a failure that we turned out upside down, he said, but 15,000 might be peanuts for whatever company. Yes. It wasn't for us, so let's put it in perspective. What does 15,000 per month mean? Showing some costs for other services that we were using during that month at AWS, on AWS. So Athena was costing us more than 40 databases running on RDS. It was costing us more than all the EC2 machines and Redshift combined. It was costing us this much. One of these every month. Or if cars are not your thing, this many Big Macs every month. Overall, it was close to 40% of our monthly spend just on Athena. So even though business was doing very well, this wasn't super nice. So apparently, we had to ask ourselves, hey, how did it end up this way? What did we do wrong, or what did we do very wrong to be in this? But first, you got to stop the bleeding. Like, that's the first rule of triage. Stop the bleeding, then ask questions. And because we were in this situation, costs are down, now we can think about stuff. Now we can think about why did this happen? And as I said, the year is 2020, there's toilet paper, you cannot find it, you cannot pay it with money or with gold, but we got to work remotely. Yay. And because of lockdowns, the e-commerce business, the online shopping is booming. We're doing super well, 20% year over year. So you want to ask, hey, how well are we doing? How many of this exact style, and this is a style, by the way, a color and a size. So how many of these are we selling? And you want to know this day by day. You want to show it to the business, etc., etc. So you run this query on Athena. It spits out a number. But remote work wasn't easy because we were at home with our families, not so much with our colleagues. So teams naturally reformed into silos. They became one-person teams. And this one person that made the query, they forgot to ask, hey, how can I improve it? Because it does get the job done. It does return the results. So off of your checklist. But is it the best one? I don't know. That's why I have my team to tell me, no, do it this way. Essentially, the person brainstormed alone, committed alone, and merged the changes alone, unfortunately. So this is a real Git log. Of course, the name is hidden away because it's not about the person. Absolutely, it's not about the person. The overspend was essentially caused because the query never limited the amount of data it was scanning by using a simple where clause. That's the technical answer, at least. Do we have any SQL wizards in the house? Good. I'm sorry if I'm going to offend you with my skills. It could have been like this. If you want to know how many of these you sold in a day, just scan that freaking day. Don't scan the entire data set. So every time the query ran, it scanned through all of the available data, and it did produce a result, absolutely good. But remember how I started saying we have operational data in Kafka, and there's streaming and streaming and streaming, and sales are going super well. So that means there's more and more and more and more and more data in this S3 bucket. When you couple them together, you have a query that reads everything every time, and there's more of the everything every time. So it just exponentially goes off. Unfortunately, the architecture, the design, the development, everything around this was done by a single developer, which is absolutely not a setup for success, because this person had no help, no one to bounce ideas off of, no one to review the code and tell them no. That's the value of team. That's at least what I expect from my colleagues, to tell me no. This is not good, because it's a shared thing, it's not my thing. And the company could have handled it in a few ways, one of which is, to everyone involved, here's an NDA, never to say a word of this to anyone, sign. Here is your settlement agreement, go away, sign, and that would have been the end of it. It's a reality, right? But I wouldn't be here if the story wasn't getting better from here, because the company said, you know what, we spent the money already. It's done. We made a mistake. Let's learn how to not make it again. Let's figure out what went wrong, why, and improve it. And why am I allowed to tell you this, or how do I even know about it? Well, I was there. I was the dev/ops/cloud engineer in a company called Bestseller, which you probably never heard of. I see some of you yawning because, yeah, it's boring when you don't know the name of the company. But I'm sure you know some of the brands, at least I hope so, right? So Bestseller is the mother company of all of these fashion brands. Who's Bestseller? We're 22,000 colleagues across design, across tech, logistics, everything, and we work to make you look good across 75 countries, across 3,000 retail stores, and online, of course. And this is a story about this one project and one query that slipped through the cracks, that escaped every kind of monitoring, that escaped everything that we threw at it, and then just made us overspend and made us learn, which is more important. We thought we had it good. I was a part of the team that thought we had it good, because absolutely, yes, everything was tagged, but it did not help us prevent the overspending. It helped bring clarity into what happened after it happened. Yes, everything was infra as code, but it didn't prevent the overspend. It helped us remedy the situation from a central place, spread those changes, as someone pointed out in a previous talk. That's what DevOps is about. It's about sending those changes down the line fast, good or bad. We also had some budget alerts that did absolutely nothing to prevent, because they were so easy to misconfigure. So with retrospect, with experience, with knowing what happened technically, we again asked why, and the first answer was weak ownership, or lack of it. There was no one on top of this, organizationally or technically, to make it good, to make it behave well. There was also sparse communication. Yes, we talked. Yes, there's Slacks, there's everything, but there was no substance about this. And as an organization, we were calculating costs very late or never at all. This obviously had to change. So we tackled each one of these separately, and the first one we tackled was ownership, because we thought, hey, this is down to us, because my team was the one working with tagging and with everything. But as I said, tags are labels. They don't make someone own something. They just say, hey, this team is kinda in charge of this if it hasn't changed. But guess what? The name changes, and then What? Your tags are lying to you. I'm sorry. As Julie Gunderson has famously said, and as Paulina has shared with us today, DevOps is not a department. You cannot buy DevOps, right? You cannot hire people to do it. It's something that you build. It's the conversation between your developers. It's having customer support in the design meeting so they can tell you, hey, this is how it really affects us. I think this morning, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, Jan. He shared a very nice example where this, hey, you involve your customer, you involve the person you're building it for. But I would argue that the same sentence applies to ownership, because you cannot force ownership on teams over something. They could build the thing from scratch and not feel like they own it. You cannot just give a piece of software or a repository to a team and say, now you own it. No, they don't. So we wanted to tackle this by creating the ownership mentality from two different perspectives. Obviously, we were the DevOps/cloud team, so we wanted to use whatever we knew how to use, which is infra as code. And there was already an ongoing initiative to roll out Terraform modules to just manage all of it with code. So we jumped on the bandwagon. We tried to combine two initiatives together. And what if we could use this initiative to help development teams really own, really feel like owners of their infrastructure that the application is running on? And we did. So every team had access to a whole bunch of Terraform modules that were managed centrally, and they could create composable infrastructure on AWS mainly to fulfill the business need, to do whatever they needed to do. It wasn't an easy path to follow, right? No one likes dealing with infrastructure except for a few people from down in the back. But after many training sessions, writing documentation, we even made it a part of the onboarding process. Like, hey, on day one, you get your machine. On day two, you get to learn how to use this machine to publish something and get it live on AWS. So there was a lot of push for this from the management even. So they understood that this is something that they would absolutely love to do. And through these sessions, we absolutely got rid of us and them truly kind of working together, because we did it together. We communicated more. We broke down these silos, these lines that divided us, and we understood the other side more because it wasn't the other side. So by enabling self-service infrastructure, we were really able to empower teams and to promote ownership, because what they could do is they could just sit down and spin up new services and just be the masters of their own fate. The next thing we tried to do, again, as a cloud/DevOps team, was to codify service ownership. To have one place of truth where the ownership is there. And of course, we approached it in the way that we knew, with Terraform modules again. So there was a special repository where all the services were registered. By registering the service, you use a Terraform module to register it, and you get a few things configured for you, such as the Terraform Cloud or Terraform Enterprise Workspace. You get your repository with team permissions, but you also get project metadata, such as, hey, who is responsible for this? Which person do I go to if this breaks? You get it automatically, and it propagates. Because when you start using the repository, it is configured to read the metadata from this central repository, so any changes that you make to the metadata get propagated down to your infrastructure. So no more broken owners, because if you change an owner from Dream Team to Scream Team, it gets updated automatically. Because we were using Terraform Enterprise, it's hefty to pay for, but it really makes up for it in all the features. We were also able to have the cost estimation right there. So you use the module, and the tool tells you, hey, this is going to cost you this much per month. Are you all right with it? So teams were empowered to also make all the changes they needed, but to see the cost impact of them right then and there in the pull request. And then we also had to elevate this, not just showing the cost of changes, but showing the entire cost of a project or of a team, so we naturally reached out to the Cost Explorer. It's a native tool on AWS, maybe not the easiest one to use, so again, we went through a series of training exercises, writing documentation, making pre-configured dashboards already that teams can use, so that they actually can use it, and to raise awareness about this, because that was behind all of it. There was no cost awareness. I'm just going to quote Jan here. I absolutely agree with this statement, and you have a 5 seconds to read it. Essentially, Jan argues that yes, absolutely show the cost impact to your developers. So we are now at a point where everything is tagged, everything is Terraform, all the people, all the developers have access to the Cost Explorer. Now it's time to get some alerting up and running. And as I said, we did have budget alerts. This is how we approached them. Every project had a piece of Terraform code, such as this one, where you use a budget module and you say, I estimate that my service is going to cost this much, which on the back end creates an AWS budget alert, and if you go over it, it sends you an email. What do you do with email? You ignore them. Right? That's what people usually do. You can also do another silly and more dangerous thing, which is to do this. You just increase the number to something that realistically you will never reach. So no emails. But yes, the possibility to go to that number. And if you go to that number and then ignore the alert, you overspent. Congrats. So we quickly realized that budget alerts are not going to cut it because they are easy to misconfigure. So we started using the cost anomaly detection, which is another native service from AWS. And in this initial period, when you activate it, it's like a toddler, essentially. It doesn't know much. So you just ignore it for a few years, and then it starts saying smart things, and then you just watch for peaks. You just watch, hey, when it notifies you, because it has learned over time, so it can tell you something smart. And we absolutely had to improve communication about all of this. And because I woke up at 5:30, I get to show you Sophie like this. I usually have a toy with me, and then I squeak it like this. Yeah, I forgot it. We actually have 2 Sophies, because my baby girl loves Sophie, and we have to take it with us wherever we go. For disaster recovery, you gotta have multiple. She also wanted to help me with the slides, so I had to put her on the slides so she can see herself 15 years down the line. But why am I telling you this? Why is this important? Because she was, and she still is, our first child, and you're like a hawk. Hey, is that a new word? Is that a new drool? Is that a new movement? Whatever. Because you watch for development, and you want to see that everything makes sense, right? And then one day she starts doing this with her hands, with Sophie, of course. She does this. And you're thinking, what the? Super important. Because this means that she can coordinate between 2 hands. That's important for eating, for dressing yourself, essentially for living life in a good capacity. What this also shows is that there's communication between the 2 halves of your brain. The right side contains your left part of the body, and vice versa. So when she can do this, it means there's communication happening there. It all works. They can ping each other, right? Again, why am I telling you this? It's the same with companies. One side absolutely has to know what's happening in the other one, and vice versa, because the communication is the basis for growth. And we tackled it by having this very cool workshop on giving and receiving feedback, because feedback is very difficult to give in a proper way, because it comes from here. That's where the feelings are. And expressing feelings is always difficult, but also if you have some cultural upbringing, if you come from this part of the world or that part of the world, it affects how you speak to your colleagues, how you speak to your subordinates or your higher-ups, so to call them. So saying no to someone or expressing your feelings to a higher-up is very difficult. So we got into learning it. And I'm sure that when the query was developed, someone for sure thought, one person is not a team. But they didn't have the courage or the skills or the ability to say this to the management. They weren't comfortable with it. Feedback is difficult to give. So as a leader in your organization, or just as a colleague, make sharing feedback both ways, up, down, left, right, easy and impactful. It does wonders. Because great teams are not built on silence. Say no, because. Also, as a leader in your organization, explain the impact of the services that your teams are owning. Because if I know that something that I have built is doing well, is helping someone speed up their data pipelines 3 times, or increase revenue by 5%, okay, I may not care about revenue, but yeah, I care about impact that I'm making in the organization. So by telling me how my impact is or what it is going to make me care more about the service that I'm maintaining. But also there is positive and negative impact, right? So be sure, as a leader in your organization, be sure to also explain the negative feedback of a service going down or a data being delivered too late or whatever. Famously, there's a story from my career when a simple PDF generating service went down. And we were like, it's just slow. It's not down. Let's have lunch. Yeah. Turns out this PDF generating service is used to generate and to print shipping orders that goes to trucks, and trucks carry perishable goods. So if your PDF generation is slow, your truck is waiting, the ferry, because the truck is going to the UK, the ferry has gone, and your perishables are now 50% discounted. Because why? You didn't know the impact of your service being slow on the organization. Yep. It matters understanding the impact. Don't scare the team, just make them understand the stakes, right? And the last thing that we did was to elevate cost to the first-class citizen in the organization. And to understand the total cost of ownership, it's a lot of things that go into it. I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to speed up a little bit. What is very important is that you keep your operational costs low, because the operational phase of your project is going to be the longest one in its life cycle. So if the costs of your operational phase are very high, the management might think, does it make financial sense for us to keep this running? Because it's costing us actually more than it generates. So unfortunately, if the pyramid of total cost of ownership doesn't look like this, where the operational costs at the top are the lowest, and it looks like this, chances are that the product you've built, whatever it is not making financial sense for the company, and they might say, bye-bye. We, of course, use serverless services, and they are very good friends, and they do exactly what you tell them to do. So it was super important for us to understand that, hey, we need to understand the workload that we are throwing at it, because at a certain scale, they may become very expensive, more expensive than their counterparts. So you have to do this calculation very early and understand the workload and how it changes over time, because it will absolutely affect your bottom line. And by elevating costs to the mainstream, we actually got the development teams and the leadership team talking about the same thing in the exact same words. Saving costs, or maintaining them while producing more, actually became a team metric. All of a sudden, every Monday broadcast we have from the leadership team, hey, it includes a costs overview, so everyone is being kept aware of how much they are spending, and they know why. So with all that being said, just to recap, owning your application from idea through development, but also owning the costs, the logs, the failures that it generates, means owning the application, not just the code repository. You have to do the math very early, including operational costs, and you also absolutely have to redo the calculation whenever you make architectural changes, because if you introduce a new database type, your calculation is no longer relevant, so you need to redo it. Informing and keeping people around you informed is just as equally important, because in an organization, your product can have a net positive or a net negative, but also the organizational changes could have a negative effect, like letting go your best or most vocal developer. They may not be the best at code, but they share feedback well. It will impact the team. So inform the management to keep a relationship healthy. And of course, in the end, understand the serverless services you're using, or for that matter, any other service, because they let you focus on your core business and do the heavy lifting, but you can also be foes with them by giving them something that is not compatible cost-wise for your workload. All of this was beautifully said by Eric Peterson, who said that every engineering decision is a buying decision. Keep it in mind. And with that, I would very much like to thank you for being here. If you want to trade war stories, come find me on LinkedIn or somewhere else. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Vita. We don't have time for questions, but you are still here, right? So you can find them in the break. Our next speaker is coming here, and while he's coming to us, he will talk about AI and how precise we can prevent AI for accessing unauthorized data, which is interesting. Sometimes I cannot find how to manage, prevent people from not accessing unauthorized data. Doing that. Okay, so let's do the same drill again. I want you all to stand up and welcome someone with us, like in a really, really big round of applause. It's really nice to hear it.
Check. Are we good to go? Start? Okay. All right. Well, thanks for having me, folks. My name is Sohan Maheshwar. I work at a startup called Outage. I'm based right here in Amsterdam, so always nice to talk to a local audience. I'm going to be talking about two things. Mostly authorization and how this is being solved at a very large scale, specifically at Google, and also now in many other companies, and a little bit about AI, because we can't go too long without talking about AI, or our industry will implode, apparently. I don't know. In any case, once we have the screen up and running, oh, I think this is not connected. No, this should be good to go. Yeah, there we go. All right. So I'm going to start with a question to the audience, but I must warn you, if you know the answer to this, you might reveal your age. So be careful if you shout out the answer. But does anyone remember this website from back in the day? Maybe early 2010s? Anyone remembers it? No one? Yeah, OK. Yeah, yeah. A few of you all might remember this. Anyone wants to shout out what it is? Anyone? Yeah? No? OK. This is Google Circles, or it was also called Google Plus officially. And this was Google's attempt at a social network. And it was all the rage for precisely like a month, and then no one used it. But the idea basically was you could have circles of people. So you could have university friends and childhood friends and coworkers, and you could share things only within a circle. And while the social media, while the social network itself didn't do very well, the story goes that Google re-architected how they were doing permissions and authorizations internally. And they moved it to a very centralized way of authorization. And you might have actually noticed this if you've ever sent a Google Docs link in a Gmail. Right? So over here is Gmail. You've sent a Google Docs link, and there's a pop-up that says, hey, does this person have access to this particular document? And if you think about this, this actually is kind of like magic, because Gmail and Google Docs are two completely separate apps. But yet there is a permission check that's happening when an email is being sent. So how this happens is basically what I'm here to talk to you about today. Essentially, we know how this works because in 2019, Google released this white paper called Google Zanzibar. And Zanzibar is also, confusingly, the name of Google's internal authorization system. Now, to give you a bit of a primer on authorization, not to be confused with authentication. Authentication is identity, who you are. So if you've used Okta or Microsoft LDAP, Active Directory, whatever, that is authentication. What permissions you have after that is authorization, so what you can access to. And in the past, people have done things like role-based access control. You might have this at work, where you are tagged a DevOps engineer, so you can check in code, or you have access to a Kubernetes cluster. If you're tagged to a role that says sales, you have access to things like a quarterly report. And things changed a little bit because role-based access control didn't really scale to something called attribute-based access control, where everything is an attribute. So for instance, my name, my email ID, my location, all of this would be an attribute. And at the time of the decision being made, you would check all these attributes and say yes or no. Now, the thing is, attribute-based access control also has some problems at scale. And Google, being at Google scale, wanted to do things a little differently. So they popularized this idea of something called relationship-based access control. And the Zanzibar white paper actually tells you exactly how it's done. So one, if you have the time after this conference, do read the white paper if you're interested in things like distributed systems. It's written in very non-academic language, so it makes for good bedtime reading. And they actually talk about their entire internal authorization system, about how it is consistent and at a global scale, which, as you might know, is kind of a hard problem to solve. And in 2019, they actually said it could do more than 10 million queries per second, which is a staggeringly high number, and I'm sure that number has increased. And they also talk about this concept of reback, or relationship-based access control. So what is reback? Essentially, anything is determined in the form of a relationship. So say you have, does this work? Yeah. So say you have a document, and that document exists in a folder. There is a relationship between the document and the folder. Say you have users. There is a relationship between the users and the folder, and hence there's a relationship between the user and the document. Now, what can you have relationships against? Well, according to the Google Zanzibar white paper, it has to be a user ID. So if you have a Google ID, you're in there, I'm sure, and any object. An object could be a folder, it could be a document, a YouTube video, a photo, anything. And these relationships, again, could be anything. For instance, you could be a member of a Google group. You could be an editor or a writer of a document. You could be an uploader of a video. So you have a user, you have a thing or an object, and the relationship between the two. And now you need a way to represent this in a way computers understand. So the Zanzibar paper talks about this thing called a relation tuple. Now, this is just a way to represent the same data. And the way to read this is start at the hashtag and start on the right. If this is confusing, contact Google. I didn't come up with this. But basically, this says user number 3 is an owner of document 123. And that's how you would write this into their authorization system. This form of tuples is very flexible because objects can also relate to other objects. Objects could also relate to other objects' relations. So for instance, you can say security group is now member of group engineering. And think of reorgs you've had internally at your company where suddenly security is part of the platform team. All it would entail to make that change was just to rewrite this tuple and run it in the system, as opposed to creating new roles or new attributes for everyone. So that gave them the flexibility. But honestly, what are we doing with all this information? How does this relate to a permission check or authorization? Well, the idea is once you build these relationships, you can actually build a graph. And in computer science theory, you know that parsing a graph makes things faster and easier. So you can build a directed acyclic graph. to take the example of Google Docs, you have a document, you have two readers, Fred and Kim, and you have a writer named Jill. You will also notice a dotted arrow between reader and writer to imply that anyone who is a writer can also read the document. And this model gave a company like Google flexibility, because what if you added, you had a new requirement for authorization. You're like, hey, I also want to add an organization into this mix. It was all about just adding a new relation tuple, which added something to the graph. So in this case, you would say org named Acme has an admin. All admins are writers, and we know that all writers are readers. So hence, any new admin can also read a document. So if there had to be a permission check for something like, hey, can Jill read some document, all you have to do is see if there's a unidirectional way to get from some document to Jill. And in this case, there is. You can go from some document to reader, reader to writer, and writer to Jill. So at any point of time, if you have accessed a Google Doc, this is probably what's happening behind the scenes to check if you have permissions to access that doc or not. The question I get asked often is, surely this doesn't scale to the level of Google, right? Like, how does this work? And honestly, it was built specifically for that planet-level scale. How they do that is probably another talk in itself, but I'll give you the TLDR: aggressive caching and aggressively breaking things into sub-problems. So, for instance, when this check happens, right? The check is, can Jill read this document? You will actually notice it's a union of 3 checks here. The first, it goes to see if Jill is a direct reader of a document. Nope, that's Fred and Kim. And then, is Jill a writer of this document? Yes. And all writers are readers? Yes. The good thing is, since this check is made, the reader check, that result is stored in a cache. So say, after that, if a query comes in saying, can Kim read this document, that is already stored in a cache that can be accessed faster. So this check is not being made again unless you specify the system to make that check again. So the Zanzibar white paper actually details how all of these things are aggressively broken down into these subproblems, and each of these problems are cached very aggressively. The interesting thing is there's also a subsection about what to do in case of something called a cache hotspot, where, say, a document or a video goes viral, and suddenly lots of people are accessing it. So it sort of batches reads to the data store as well. So say 100 people access it at the same time. It waits. It makes 99 people wait. It makes 1 people do the entire thing in the graph, gets that result back, and the other 99 access it from the cache. So there are very cool ways that it actually looks at these different hotspots to make it low latency so that we don't have latency while accessing this. Now, this made waves in the whole security, authorization, IAM space when it came out in 2019. Big companies such as Airbnb and Carta actually built teams, centralized platform teams, to re-architect their authorization based on this. At the same time, there was open source versions of the Zanzibar white paper as well. And for those of you all familiar, there are lots of tools we use nowadays that actually originated in a Google white paper, the most famous being Kubernetes. So the idea is really to de-Googlify, if that's a word, a piece of Google software so that the rest of us that don't work in Google can actually use it. The 4 popular ones that exist now and that are being used are SpiceDB, Ori, OpenFGA, and Permify. So they were all open source versions of the Zanzibar white paper. I will talk a little bit about authorization and SpiceDB, because that's the one I work on today. Just to give you some context about what SpiceDB is, again, open source version of the Google Zanzibar paper that's tried to stay as close to the Zanzibar implementation. Started off as a project 5 years ago, but now has contributions from like Reddit and GitHub and so on. But I think the only metric that matters to us as developers is GitHub stars. So yeah, there are 5,800 GitHub stars. Can always use more, I presume. Just to give you a bit of context about what SpiceDB is, Essentially, the name suggests it's a database, but it is a database, but it's not a general purpose database. So you can't really use it as an RDBMS to store general data. It's essentially a highly parallel graph database, purely meant for authorization queries. And usually you use it with a data store that stores relationship data. For devs and platform teams that use it, all you need to know is it's like an HTTP API or gRPC service. And the APIs do three things. The first one is to read and write what's called a schema. Now, the Zanzibar paper basically says you have a use case, right? It could be something like Maps or YouTube or Google Docs. You can actually say, have a schema that looks at that use case, and you model your use case on that schema. Again, going back to our classic Google Docs example, you have a definition of a user, you have a document, and you have the relationship between the user and the document. So in this case, a user can be a reader or a writer of a document. And a writer can edit a document, whereas the person who can view the document is both a reader and a writer. So you have any use case, and you model it using schema. Once you have that, you can create, read, update, and delete relationships. Again, we do that using the relationship tuples that I spoke about. Going back to a classic example of a Google Docs-style app, you have a document, a reader, and a writer. And you would write a relationship by saying something like, some document write user as Jill. And if you want to change this, all you have to do is change the tuple and write it to your system. So you have a schema, you have relationships. Essentially, you can now make permission checks from your app. And that's, again, fairly straightforward to use. Again, going back to our example, there is a check permission API where you can check if, say, Fred has reader permissions on the document. You can also do a couple of reverse lookups. For instance, you can look up all subjects a given type has access to. Like, give me all the people who can read some document, and it would give you all these names. And you can also do a reverse lookup where you're like, give me all documents that Kim can read. So it looks at the graph, but going the other way around. And remember this, because we're going to use this in our demo, where we take AI agents, and we use these check permissions to see if the AI agent can access a piece of data or not. I did mention that the Zanzibar system made waves in the IAM space because it really worked well when you have a lot of data, when you need low latency and high throughput, and when you know the relationships between these data, which could change often. And turns out, when you're working with a lot of documents and AI, this actually is a system that is well suited for it. So let's talk a little bit about AI. Essentially, I like to think of 2024 as a year that we all tried proof of concepts and experiments with AI in production. But in 2025, we're thinking about the day two ops of AI. How do you do all of the operationals around AI? And we have all of these things, right? We have RAG pipelines and agents and MCPs and LLMs. So really today, I'm going to be talking about two things. An AI agent that does something in the context of a RAG pipeline. Essentially, a RAG pipeline is an architectural choice. It stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation, where the idea is simple. You have a corpus of documents and data that is domain-specific, and an LLM might not necessarily know much about that domain. So instead of training a model from scratch on those documents, you augment a LLM with knowledge from those documents. So the most common example is a chatbot in an enterprise. In an enterprise, you know a lot of, or you have a lot of documents, and you're like, hey, I will use an existing LLM, and I will access these documents using this architectural approach called a RAG pipeline. Now, in this whole rush to implement AI, there's not been too much talk about the security aspects of it. And in fact, has anyone here heard of OWASP? Open Worldwide Application Security Project. I think anyone who's checked in code at any point of time has heard of OWASP. So they make lists about risks for web apps and LLMs pertaining to security. And late last year, in November, they actually came up with their first top 10 for LLM apps list. And 3 of them, which is sensitive information disclosure, excessive agency, where an AI agent does things it's not supposed to, and also vector weaknesses, where I can maliciously inject code into a vector database to do things. All of these things can be addressed by proper authorization. So that's essentially what we're going to be talking about right now. To take a look at the typical architecture of a RAG pipeline, there are 2 phases. The first phase is the ingestion phase itself, where you're ingesting documents. So you have a knowledge base of documents all the way here. You can pre-process the data to break it down, to clean it up, and send that through an embedding model. Now, for those of you all who may not have context, essentially an embedding model is a way to represent words, images, and so on in numbers, because that's what a computer can understand. And you can take those embeddings and store it into a vector database. There's one key element here, which is in these embeddings, you can actually also store metadata, which is here, which says that this particular piece of information came from this particular file. And we can use that to actually determine who has access to that file, and hence improve our AI agent authorization. The second phase of a RAG pipeline is the query, retrieval, and response phase, where you have a user who uses an agent to make a query. The query also goes through the embedding model, which also goes into the vector database, which then goes into the large language model, and you get a response back. The one key thing here that's missing again is the fact that there is no security or authorization. Right? This agent is accessing things that it may not have access to, at least based on the user. So how do you add this authorization to this agentic RAG pipeline? We've fundamentally seen 2 ways that people are doing it, and 2 ways they're preventing AI agents from accessing unauthorized data. There is what's called the post-filter approach. So going back to architecture, user makes a query, goes to the embedding model, goes to the vector database, and then you can actually do a filtration with that metadata that I mentioned. So with every request that's returned, you actually use a Zanzibar-like system and do a check permission request to see if this user has access to that file that the data came from. So for everything, you're actually doing a check permission request. And if that permission request comes back positive and it's like, yes, this user can access it, you then send it across to the LLM, which gives a response back. Typically, we have seen companies do this when you have a high positive hit rate of the number of documents that you get here. So say you have 1,000 documents, and the user can access 900 of them. This is a good architectural approach because you do a check permission request for those 900 relevant documents, and then you get a response back. If it's the other way around, say you have 1 million documents and the user can access maybe just 5, this approach may be a bit inefficient, in which case the approach of doing a pre-filtration works better. So in this pre-filtration approach, again, user makes a query that goes into the embedding model. And before anything, you look up all the documents that the user has access to. So instead of querying for a specific document, you're like, give me all the documents the user has access to, which in this case could be a few. And then those documents are part of the embedded query that go into the vector database. So in the case of maybe you have, again, 1 million documents and the user can access 10, this is a far more efficient system where you get the 10 documents and then use that as part of the query to ensure that the AI agent queries only those 10 documents. So this is the demo that I will show you today. It's a simple demo in a Jupyter notebook. And in the demo, I'm going to use Pinecone, which is a vector database, but you can also use something like pgvector. I'm using OpenAI as the LLM, but again, you can swap it out for any. And again, I'm using SpiceDB as the Zanzibar-like system, but again, you can use any of the open source versions of Zanzibar. The entire demo is on GitHub if you want to check it out. It's in a self-guided way, so feel free to clone the notebook and follow along. If you want to take a photo, you can. Also, going to make a quick prayer to the demo gods, because we know conference Wi-Fi can be. All right. Hopefully you can see my screen. Yeah. So essentially what I'm doing is I have a version of SpiceDB up and running locally. Right? It's running locally on my system. So any call I make goes against this version of SpiceDB that's running locally. In the beginning, I've just initialized a bunch of clients, and I've created a Pinecone index already that you see here. It's called agents. You don't have to worry about that. The first thing I mentioned was the creation of a schema, which is what you see here. We're defining our use case. We have an agent, we have a document, and an agent can either read or not read a document. So when I run this, it basically writes the schema, you can see here, 259, to my SpiceDB instance. And then it's about creating relationships between the documents that you have. So I've just defined 3 documents for the sake of simplicity. A sales agent can access document 1 and 2. A HR agent can access document 3. And the relationships between them as well. I'm writing that these agents can read these documents. So this is how you would write a relationship into any Zanzibar-like system. And you can see here that the relationships are written. I'm just going to add some sort of text to the documents, just very boilerplate text, and I write this into Pinecone, which I've already done. So the data is already in my vector database. I'm just going to go to the next slide. Yeah. And now I've created 2 methods. One is to get the list of authorized documents by running a lookup resources request, which runs a reverse lookup, says these are the documents that the user can access. And I will create a query embedding using LangChain with the OpenAI LLM. So let me just run that. And now it's simple. I'm just creating a method to query this RAG pipeline with my AI agent. So I'm just going to run it. And it does a check of what documents are allowed. And if it's not authorized, it says you're not authorized to view the content of this document. If it's authorized, I just do some prompt engineering to say, look, you are an AI assistant. Just look at these documents and give me a response. So in this case, sales agent can access project doc2. So let's run that and see how it goes. Yeah. So it says, OK, good. It's about customer use cases for the sales team. It cannot access document 3. Right? And it says, OK, you're not allowed to view the content of this document. You can also generate a summary of all the documents that this user has access to. So in this case, again, doing a lookup resources request that gives me the documents I can access. And I fetch all of that content from my vector database. And then I use some prompt engineering to summarize the document. So let me run that. OK, that's run. And I'm just going to call that method. So it's saying sales agent can access document 1 and 2. And it gives me a summary of all of that. Now, in something like a RAG pipeline, these permissions can change often. Suddenly, you don't get access or you're removed access from a document. How do you handle that? So essentially, it's about just writing a new relationship or deleting an existing relationship. So here, we're telling sales agent is being deleted from this document too. That relationship will no longer exist. And you can see back here in my SpiceDB, this new relationship has been written. So now, when I query that document again, it says, oh, wait a minute, you're not allowed to access this document, because that relationship between the document and the AI agent has been removed. Now, this, of course, is a very simple, straightforward demo, just for simplicity's sake. But I can tell you for a fact that AI companies are doing this at scale in production right now. They're using systems similar to this because enterprises need LLMs for things like RAG pipelines and agents. But they also need guardrails around what these agents can exist. And they're also seeing like second-order effects, which is effects that are not the intended effects, but something that happens later, where with a Zanzibar-like system, you can log any change to permissions and any permission check that's been made as well. So say a permission change has been made and someone makes a check, that is logged. And the cool thing is you're building efficient RAG pipelines and agents at scale because there is a filtration that happens when you actually build it out this way. All that being said, there are still lots of unanswered questions because this whole space is new. And there are some known unknowns because we don't know for sure what the DevX around AI agents would be like. We don't know who is it authorizing against. Is it a user? Are you attenuating a sub-session against the user? We don't know that quite for sure. And at the same time, there's this talk about an MCP, a Model Context Protocol, for which the authorization spec itself is very nebulous. There is not much clarity against how this MCP and authorization would actually work. So as the space evolves, I think we will see some levels of standardization around it, and we'll get a better sense of how this would actually look. In any case, for next steps, I'd say do check out the Zanzibar white paper. Again, it's written in plain English, so it's good read. And this demo is there on the link that you see there. If you want to learn more about how authorization works, check out SpiceDB and so on. And I hope you learned something new today. Feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn or after the talk, and thank you. Sure, I can take questions.
Okay, do we have any question for someone?
I can see the question to warm the audience up, because I get asked this quite a bit. I think people have tried implementing something like an open search style system here for the filtration. And I get asked, hey, can we do something like that? My answer basically is I think it's about using the right tool for the right job. If your requirements don't change, as in you have very static permissions and your documents are not changing too often, then absolutely you can use an open search style system, which is meant for searching, filtering, and so on. But if your permissions are changing often, which probably will happen in the case of a RAG pipeline or AI agents, you would want to use an authorization-specific tool because that's what it's meant for. The Zanzibar paper describes something called the new enemy problem, which is when, say, a permission changes and someone accesses it later, but it's not changed in the rest of the system, so they get access to something they're not. And searching systems will fall for the new enemy problem, so you want something that is meant for authorization. Any other questions? Yes, Jan.
So I have a question because, of course, this is authorization for the users. Is this something that you can also extend for also limiting maybe the authorization, let's say, for classified information towards an LLM?
So in what way? Like, basically, you have a user, and what is the LLM accessing?
Yes, just for limiting what an LLM can access in that case, because, of course, now, especially in our organization, there's a lot of trust that still needs to be built towards LLMs, and also just opening the door towards saying, hey, here's all of our data, and is this something that you can use to maybe put like a trust gateway and say, hey, these are the documents that the LLM can access, and through implementing this authorization technique, you can actually limit that and maybe build trust through time?
Yeah, short answer, absolutely. But you'll have to build it out as an app, right? So you'll have to write the APIs yourself and so on, or maybe one of y'all can build a product for that. It's a good product idea where you absolutely do something like this. A lot of the AI companies that sell LLMs to enterprises are now using Zanzibar-like systems for this very purpose. Because they're like, hey, we're giving you an LLM, but that shouldn't access everything in your enterprise or all of that. So use it in conjunction with an authorization tool. So that's what LLM companies are basically doing right now, but you can implement your own as well. Yeah. All right.
Any more questions?
OK. If anyone has any other questions, I'm around. So feel free to find me after the conference. And thanks for having me.
Okay, so while Danny's setting up the presentation, I'm gonna share that he doesn't know what we did to the last speaker, so we can surprise him as well when when he's ready. And then he's gonna speak. Like I really like the realm of learning from mistakes, especially because we don't have the privilege of doing all the mistakes ourselves. So then he's gonna share some learnings. And whenever you're ready, we're gonna embarrass you a bit.
I need to plug it in. That's what I was missing. I think now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not the right screen.
This is a beautiful picture. Okay, so a quick run of applause. Oh, forgot the word. Yeah. While standing, and if you can come to the front, because we are very cozy here, and it feels like empty chairs. So I'm not biting, I promise. You come here. And stay standing, because we are gonna cheer.
Yay! Wow, that's a cool stuff. Let me get my timer going. Okay, I'm Danny Kruge. I'm going to tell you how not to build a data platform. And yeah, you can learn from my boo-boos. Who am I? As I said, Danny Kruge. I actually am the organizer of Azure Heroes, who are based in the Netherlands. I work for Schuberg Philis. I'm a mission-critical engineer. I was originally a SQL DBA. So I know Redgate over there was talking to you yesterday. We had a lot of good conversations. But that's not for now, sorry. I have severe ADHD, so I'll go all over the place. I'm looking at squirrels and stuff like that, and I'll be over there. But I'll try and keep it on track with my slides. I also run the Azure user group in NL. I have 2 kids, and I live in Laren. I don't have a huge mansion. I live in a celebrity's shed. But still, it's a nice place. That's enough about me. We're going to go over the contents. I'm not going to read the contents, because we're going to go through it. So I don't think I need to waste time going through that. But what's not on the contents is this. What tools are out there in the data domain? So before I start saying, oh, how you should be, well, what not to do, and then what you can do, or what lessons I learned, there's quite a few tools out there you can already choose. You could already have Databricks, as an example, or Snowflake. And, oh yeah, that one as well. Good old Microsoft Fabric. So there's a few out there. And if you, you like it, eh? Yeah, that's Power BI and Synapse trying to figure out what the Fabric is. Yeah. Anywho, I like to keep my slides quite minimalistic, but I like to throw a ginormous slide out there just to be me. So is that really all the data tools currently? No. There's a whole variety of choice. There's a lot. So if you really want to be a full-round data engineer, yeah, good luck. So I'm an expert in SQL. I say I'm an expert. I think I am, but for SQL Server. But let me get off, because there's too much going on. But if you wanted to try and tackle all those components, you're not going to be able to. So we had a customer, and they were already using Azure, and we had a use case running for them. I'm setting the scene, if you didn't realize. And that went really well. We had them running a report. They had 200 gig of data 60 gig of data, 200 million rows. It was a legacy system it was coming from, so yes, you could do incrementals, you could do deltas, but no, the source system was old. So it was a bit of a wipe the data, load it in. But that went well. So like, oh, can you build a data platform? We went, yeah, of course. And they were like, yeah, okay, well, our plan is to move the entire data warehouse. So they had only 2 SQL instances, but like 60 databases, maybe 6 terabytes of data. It's not huge, but it was pretty cool. And they wanted to move all of that into Azure and have a data platform running there. So we had the idea. So we thought, okay, yeah. Let's give this a go. And what did we want to do? Well, it was Schuberg. We wanted to make it big and strong and bulletproof. That's how apparently Schubergers talk. I don't know why I just did that, but it happened. What was built? So what did we build? We had infrastructure as code. We had Azure Kubernetes. We had Data Factory. We even had Synapse. We had SQL. We had dbt, Mosaic, all these different cool stuff. Wow, that was fire. Yeah. So how did we approach it? Oh, the customer said we have to go with the lowest hanging fruit. So let's take the lowest impact use case. Okay. That does not sound like Schuberg. That does not sound mission critical. That sounds like, but hey ho. Okay, that's how we want to get started. So we did. We used that use case on our beautiful platform, this brand spanking mega thing ready to run the whole data warehouse. This one use case was like 2 users who logged in it daily to check their report, and it was like 1 file being passed into this gigantic data platform. So yeah, the result, we turned it on. Yeah, where's the business impact? Nada. Nothing. They were very unimpressed. It was like, okay, so what next? Well, before we got to the what next, Mr. and Mrs. Manager way up high were like, how much is that costing for that? Are you joking? They were like, no. That's not how we're going to go forward. We don't want to pay this money. Not for this kind of use case. And you want to add more use cases. It's going to add more money. How is this going to work? This is not what we imagined. Yeah. The plug was pulled. They didn't want the data platform anymore. We made a big F up. And I was one of those. We had many sessions. We sat in a room. We designed it. We went through it. But yeah, the business was not on board. We just completely forgot about the people who used the data platform, but we had this beautiful data platform. It was the best. It was amazing. But yeah, it's not amazing if no one wants to use it. So they wanted to know why they were spending so much money. We tried to tell them, you had plans to move your data warehouse. We were thinking ahead. Yeah, they didn't see it that way. They just saw the bill, which it makes sense. Well, so with the business not being involved, they couldn't see our vision and we couldn't see theirs. We had this big misalignment. We completely lost track of where we should be heading. I have no much time. How much? Oh, I've got loads of time. That's amazing. So we failed because of that. The tech was amazing, but if there's no real value coming from it, how can they justify the cost? It was a big, big learning curve. For the whole of Schuberg. We were only just starting to do data platforms, and if you don't know, Schuberg is very infrastructure heavy. We now do software and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. Yes, there's one over here. That's why I said that. Make him nice and happy. But we're very much known for our infrastructure. But we do a lot more than that now, and data is one of them. Me being, hey, I'm a data guy, woo. But that's why it failed. It failed the main point. We just had no business involvement. The use cases they wanted were not valuable, and to the person who uses that use case, if by any chance they're here, I am so sorry I just smashed your use case, but I know it's valuable to you. But yes, so. The lessons learned. That was me. I learned a big life lesson. We didn't get the end users involved. You can get a photo of that one. Yay! We should have got them involved from the beginning, understanding the real value that they wanted from the data platform. He really likes that one. Why? I don't know. We just got lost track of how we were building this thing. It was all about making it the most bulletproof thing we've seen, but it doesn't matter. With the tools you have nowadays, you can easily spin up something as small, which can scale. So we should have got the use cases really on board first, not focused on the tech. The tech was not a problem. I showed you the tech. There's loads. You've got loads of tools. You don't need to worry about the tech. That comes next. But this is a good one. It should exist for them, not just itself. For us, we felt amazing. We built this beautiful thing, but then it sucked. Then it didn't feel good. Once we realized, yeah, they didn't like it. So one of the main questions you can even get starting for is to say, who's going to use it? What can they do tomorrow? How can we innovate it? How can we make more automated things? What can we do which is their grueling tasks? What are they, mainly, what are they doing in Excel? how can we automate that thing? Like, what is automation? It's always on spreadsheets, man. But how can we get the value out of that? I'm never going to get anyone away from spreadsheets. It's always going to exist. But we can try and get some automation of flowing their stuff through into a nice, beautiful report in whatever platform you want. I got more lessons learned. Where I mentioned is the lowest hanging fruit. I will never do that again. I will always tackle the hardest use case, the most valuable one. Because once you move that, they see the most value in that data platform. They know, okay, we're not paying that much money, and look at the value they've done already. You're getting them something that they care about. And then your name starts flowing throughout the company. Then they're like, Schubeck, did you know what they did? No, what happened was the opposite. Do you know how much more money we're paying for them? Yeah, geez, that's a hard one to get back. What else? Ooh, yeah. Where it says start small, that does not mean use cases. It means start as infrastructure is small, or whatever tool you want in whatever platform. Don't build the most ginormous thing ready for everything. Anything nowadays can scale to whatever you want. You shouldn't just be building like we did. We did not need something like Synapse, which is ready for 1 terabyte, and we're putting 2 megs in it. It was crazy. But if you get them on your side, it will be like this image. They will be chanting for you. They'll be loving it. They'll be a part of it. You'll start getting people on board internally, and they'll start driving it as well as what you're trying to sell. They're selling itself. Then everyone else wants to get in that data platform and show me that cool stuff. So another one is we did not talk to the business at all. We built it. We're like, here we go. Here it is. We didn't really get any regular feedback. So what we're building was totally not aligned with them. It made no sense whatsoever. So yeah, it speaks for itself. Build with them. You build trust, you build a relationship, and they start learning something, you're learning from them. You learn more about their business as well. Then you start to tap in what is the value of what they're doing. You start asking deeper questions. Where can you actually get the value? What are they not telling you, what they don't even know themselves? So that's pretty cool. Some big lessons learned coming all the way. Adoption. We're doing this, and this happens for many use cases. Even now, we're doing a tenant-to-tenant migration for infrastructure, nothing to do with the data platform yet. Well, they say that. We just moved the BI platform, but blah, blah, blah. You need to train them. If they're using the data platform, maybe it's new tools. You can't just hand it over and say, yeah, go fix, or go work on it. It's not going to work. You need to handhold sometimes and guide them through it, go through it with them. And yeah, the fun part of everything, yay, have some documentation. Not the fun part, of course, but you need it. They need something to fall back on, because if you just explain it to them, you could even record it, they can watch it. But if there's nothing that they can just go back and read, like we did knowledge sharing sessions with a customer recently. We did 6 hours of knowledge sharing sessions to get them on board. Did they remember any of it? No. So I had to go through it and redo it all again, record it, get documents, and give it to them. So documentation is important, and be there for them. You'd have to continuously do ongoing support to really educate them, and also just keep getting, making sure they're getting the best value out of it. I need some water, but I did not prepare that, so I'm going to try and do it sneakily while I'm also getting my slide ready. Engage stakeholders up front. I think that's quite an obvious one now when you look back in hindsight. I'm multitasking like an absolute legend. Oh, yeah. You didn't see anything, but I needed that. Engage the stakeholders up front. Really, like I'll keep poking into your brains until you remember this, because I did not. I really, this just went straight over. It wasn't just my head. I think there was 15 of us involved in building this thing, and none of us even, it smacked us straight in the face too late. But if you really get them understanding where their business is going, how they want to drive it, you get a lot more out of it. So then you can co-design with them. Make them feel part of it. Make them feel involved. Don't just be like, oh yeah, we're taking it, and now you're going to have no job because I've done everything for you. It's all automated. No, it doesn't work like that. You need them. They're the ones who know the business. I'm not going to take the business away from them. I'm just trying to help them and get them faster, doing things better. They have more time to do other things. I don't want that job, personally, to be honest. I'm quite happy with mine. I get to do fun shit like this. Do some high-impact use cases. Don't go for the low-hanging fruit. You are going to fail. If you do succeed, please tell me how. What is the magic sauce that you did? But if you really get the ones which really matter to them, it's going to make a huge difference. You're really, 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 really going to show trust in so many different forms. It's not just showing, oh, yeah, look, it works. No. You've done so much more for them than you can even imagine, which is nice. And definitely iterate based on feedback, depending on whichever part. It could be the way you've set it up, how they're using it, whatever. And there's so many different parts which come to that. But if you're not talking to them, you're not going to know the feedback. If you build it, you deliver it, it's too late. You should be doing that along the way. They could be involved in the design sessions. Maybe they shouldn't make the design choices, but they could be there. And just so they see how you're building this and going about it to go through it. This one I said a lot recently, and I'm going through a scenario at the moment with a customer. I won't mention names, and I hope none of them are here, because they'll know exactly who I'm talking about. But they really want to use Fabric. That's going to solve everything for them. That's what they keep saying. I believe them, not. The tool is the least important thing, but that's what they're focusing on, and I hate it because I know it's going to go wrong. You're looking at the wrong part. Like, why is it going to fix all your problems? What are you hoping for? Because it's supposed to be faster, is newer? Yeah, BS, absolute BS. If you can lift and shift whatever shitty SQL queries you have, run it there. Is it going to run faster? Maybe, but it still should. So the tool is not important. You need to you get the requirements, you figure it out, and you build it bit by bit. The tool comes after, but you really have to understand what you're building first, and you build around that. And I keep saying that to so many of the teams in Schuberg as well, and we've really changed the way we design it. We never build this gigantic data platform anymore. They're all small. You just start small. It can be something simple as a container. I can run a data platform on my laptop. Jesus, I can do that. It's easy, and you can scale from there. Not that you should. Please don't. That's a single point of failure right there. But you get my drift. So I really wanted that for you guys to take away from my real F-up. It hurt. It really hurt. You thought you built something beautiful, and then to have it smashed back in your face, and there's nothing you can do about it, it's really not pleasant. So you may want to build the most coolest system you've ever seen. But is it fun if you've just built it and it just fails? That is not fun at all. I'm talking from experience. It sucked. So please let your failures be your best teacher. And my failure is one that you can really learn from. And I hope that you do. And the takeaways. Yeah, I've said this many times. If you don't, you're going to fall into the trap that we did. But in the state of today, it's nothing, and I really hope that you do notice that. There's nothing that you need to worry about when it comes to the tooling. It's all about how you're going to get this data in there, how you're going to use it, and why, and how can you improve on what they're doing, not anything to do with the tools. And with the business users, they'll tell you exactly what they're doing. You'll understand more, and then you'll be able to get more value out of it. And then you'll start to do that. You'll build the trust. They'll realize you know what you're talking about. You're listening to them. If you're just going about one way and they're going the other, you're not listening. You're really not getting the value out of it that you should be. Measure and communicate value. Yeah, that's an interesting one. I don't know how you can do that. I don't know why that Who prepared these slides? Yeah, you don't really need to actually measure it and communicate it, the value. They will see that themselves. I don't know how you'll measure the value. Yeah, if you really want to put it into your own data platform and do something like that. But just the value will be communicated if you do it right. That's the main point that I want to get from that, whoever designed this slide. And once again, don't go for the low-hanging fruit. It's also not nice. You want the one which is the most important to them. That's the one that's also going to drive you. For me, that's the coolest one. It's the most fun, because then they're also getting something from it. You've built something cool, they've got value from it. Whee! Everyone wins. And with that, I'm not just preaching, saying this is you're going to change your life. This happened. We did a refresh for a customer. We have to rebuild everything. This customer had been around with us for like 10 or so years, and when we did it, we succeeded, and we did this full migration of all their infrastructure. We moved 8 terabytes in a day, got them all running on a new data center and everything like that. They vouched for us so much. They had so much pride in saying, we worked with Schuberg Phyllis. Look what they did. They were like, yeah, we were part of that migration. That's cool. And that's where your name gets around, and that's how the data platform gets around and stuff like that. So I'm talking real from experience of a failure and a win. And I've been on both sides, and I definitely know which one I want to continue being on. Yeah, this is quite an obvious one, but I have to keep saying it. If you're not having regular sessions, so where we went wrong, we had our own regular sessions. We have a place called a mission control room. I love that place. It's full of whiteboards everywhere. You can design the shit out of everything. It's beautiful. But we did that, but on our own. Just a load of infra guys building a data platform, going through it, being brand spanking, but we should have had, that was totally the wrong way. If we had them in the room, we sat them down and just used all those whiteboards for all their business use cases and figuring out what they need, the data platform could have come way less. And we also would have designed it differently. Why were we designing something based on what was there and not where they actually want to go? We looked at their old legacy data warehouse on-prem and thought, okay, yeah, this looks good. We'll go with that. Not knowing any idea how they want to go forward. So, yes. That's your takeout. I'm a few minutes early, but I had a lot of fun, so I thank you very much. And if you have any questions, please, I forgot to, that's my QR code for my LinkedIn, so please follow me, make me famous, yay!
Thanks you, Danny. Any question for Danny?
Anybody? Ooh! Victim.
Hey, thank you so much for sharing this. I think you're the first one I'm sharing. Like you're here sharing your failure first, not just success stories. So, like, kudos to that.
Really. Oh, thank you, man.
Yeah. And my question is like, you always say your advocacy was like, go to the high-hanging fruits. But in general, if you build a data platform, and if you take it up to the stakeholders, they always say, start something small.
Yes.
Which is actually like kind of contradicting with what.
Yep.
So I just wanted to hear, like, how did you manage to, or like, what is your principle of convincing, like, how do you get into that?
It's a very good question, and there's no magic formula. I'm a very convincing guy. I'm very charismatic, very passionate, so I luckily have a bit of a charm in that factor. I don't say you don't. I'm not saying shit. No, but it's mainly, it's hard to tell them that they're wrong. They see it like that because they want to be safe. But that's not how also we work at Schuberg. We don't. We want to hit the real critical stuff. We don't want the stuff that means nothing to someone. If we're working with mission-critical customers, we really want to, they should be ones with zero downtime. So we want the high impact, the fun ones and stuff like that. But trying to convince them of that, because they see like, oh, most risk. Well, yeah, I get that. But if we can test it up front and we'll prove to you, the POCs are the best. If you can prove it's going to work, you've sold it. If you can't prove it, you're never going to sell it. So the best thing I always do, when anyone tells me I'm wrong, and I can be a lot of times, I do a POC. I'll literally do a proof of concept, show you exactly what I mean, how it's going to work, and the problem solved. Ooh, another victim, yay. I like it when I got questions. I feel like I had a successful talk. People listened.
Hi, thanks for the talk. I had a question. So you said we should go small and then scale it.
Yep.
So, but I see scenarios where on small data set it works good, but when you have like bigger data set and it just starts failing, and it's on production,
yep.
and it is happening with us. So it worked on POCs and when, and later we saw that doesn't work for the user. So how do you handle those kind of scenarios?
It's a tough one, because I know, especially from a DBA background, I know exactly what you're talking about. When there's a certain amount of data, it works fine. You go over to your SQL script that's been running. I obviously go back to SQL. Or I should have mentioned DuckDB. I didn't mention that yet. Anyway, sorry, off track. I understand exactly what you mean. Where I say start small is it doesn't have to be necessarily data-wise. It can be, so if you're choosing for a container platform, maybe it doesn't need AKS. Azure Kubernetes. I know some Kubernetes people who always use Kubernetes. Maybe. But anyway. For the best example we chose Synapse, which is a very costly resource. And it's also, if you're choosing something like Databricks or Snowflake or Fabric, are they really necessary for what you need? I had this question in Schuberg recently because they wanted to be able to move data platforms across tenants, whatever, like from AWS to Azure. And guys, have you even thought about building your own? If I can run one on my laptop, that's starting small, something like that. And then those container platforms also just scale. So if you're building on something which is able, in a containerized fashion, which is running like the compute or something like that, that will scale enormously. The data part is hard. You really have to then test your queries. Can they scale? And that's doable with dummy data or anything like that. Just flood in, what, a terabyte, 100 gigs, what do you need? Does my query still perform? That should be also a test that you're doing. If you're not, please do. Sorry, I talk a lot, eh?
Any last question for the day? For Danny? No.
If you do, come find me. I'll be wandering around, probably talking still.
Thank you, Danny, for sharing. So before we are taking the last break of the day, I want to remind you all that we have the passport, the pages where you go to our sponsors, and we are collecting them. So bring us whoever wear orange T-shirt. And we have a break until 4, so we have 25 minutes to connect and enjoy the day. This one, so you can prepare yourself, because I saw that the previous speakers were texting in the middle. So this is a new one.
I know. I realized it came down here and you said 25 minutes. I'm like, why didn't this come down? Okay, there's the time. Okay, I was wondering where it was. Okay. It's not a time, it's just a clock. It's just a clock. Okay. I mean, I just
Start
at
4:25.
Yeah. Okay. So I can pull up that time. I just need to be aware if I Okay, because I mentioned it to Tim, he's like, yeah, it happens, and I was like, well, how grumpy will you be? But okay. Oh, sure.
Tell him that I said it.
Okay, great.
I have a friend that told me, if you see someone that like you grab someone from the stage now, right? It's like, it's okay, take your time.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're here, you know, if you need anything.
I want to make sure that things plug in properly like I want them to.
Yeah, it's an Apple, so you have the plug. It's supposed to work.
Yep. Yep, I tested already. All right.
Seems you are ready to go again. So friendly people in the back, if you don't mind, and if you're up for it, no obligation, come to the front. I think Evelyn would appreciate looking at you a little more.
Don't worry, I'm not terrifying. I'm just
She's
here to
not
talk
scary.
to you.
She's not scary. And while a few people are standing, let's continue what Etty introduced earlier. Please stand up. Please clap at your loudest. Make some noise for Evelyn. With that, I give the stage to you. Enjoy. Good luck. And enjoy, folks.
All right, thank you. So my talk is basically, as you see, about convergence on platforms. So before I get into it, quick question, sort of a quick poll. How many people have been in tech for longer than 5 years? Raise your hand. Oh, nice. Like longer than 10? 20? Okay, good. All right. That's fine. So really, before, just kind of give a good gauge of how familiar you are with kind of the history of things. So I'll go into it. So first off, about myself. So basically, I live in Munich, Germany. I'm from Sudan. Actually, well, my parents are from Sudan. I grew up in America. My biggest hobby is actually roller skating, as you see here. If you know anything about roller skating, you know that I have spent way too much money on this. This pair of skates costs about 1,000 euros. That's serious. It's kind of an unhealthy habit, but everybody loves it. It looks so cool. All right. And yeah, so basically, roughly 20 years in tech. Last 8 officially in leadership, but before that I was already kind of doing a bit of like leadership within teams across organizations all over the place. And currently now the head of platform at NMAC, where Europe's largest energy trade marketplace, based in Germany, serving customers across Europe. Now, so if we kind of go all the way back to like the 80s, roughly the 90s, looking at how software development functioned, where kind of like everything was still started like on-premise. You know, so basically, like data centers, you had computer labs, you had like a desktop environment, and you had sort of like dedicated teams for individual functions. You know, so we had like, you know, you had a team of system administrators, you had a team of database administrators, you had your mainframe administrators. You also had your developer team, your QA team, and so on and so forth. And so at this time, we're roughly with waterfall. You know, basically, you had the development cycles were kind of led strictly by the business requirements, where they basically would talk to a customer. They'd be like, tell you what they wanted. They'd be like, okay, great. We're going to kind of like figure out how to do this. It was a dedicated business unit. And then after once they had the requirements, they kind of delivered the product. So like, yeah, we can do this in about 6 months or so. And then that's then turned into actual requirements with a plan, handed over to a development team who kind of works on it. Then QA steps in. They see some like issues. They kind of send it back. You know, hey, there are these things that fix it. They're like, great. Okay, now talk to the database administrator. Hey, we need some databases. Like, okay, let's set it up. And then they get to delivery. And you finally have a customer who's very confused. Because what they needed 6 months ago versus now doesn't really apply anymore to them. Or, you know, the market changed and needs something different. So a lot of times it ended up with a very dissatisfied customer. Or when you said 6 months, it actually took you 9 months. So still with a dissatisfied customer. We also kind of look at how the teams were actually set up. This time you had like different touch points. You know, each team has to talk to the other team. And so as a result, you know, the product owner kind of like check in with each one to look on the status and the progress updates. So for them, they're talking to, you know, basically like 4 separate teams. In the reality, every team talks to the other team. You have communication systems all over the place. It's a highly inefficient process. So what you could do is you kind of take a product manager, put him in the middle. They're in charge of this project. They're going to facilitate everything around that project. Well, actually, really, the reality is, you have a bunch of silos, because the product manager only knows what's happening at that point when they would talk to them. So it's still fairly inefficient. And you know, basically, we say that working in isolation back then, but really we're talking about it's actually silos. So we kind of move forward, and we see the you know, invention of like the internet. E-commerce takes off. Basically, modern internet kind of creates this really fierce competition where suddenly you need to deliver features a little more rapidly. And you know, this traditional waterfall process kind of shows a bunch of bottlenecks. You know, the organizational structure can't really support this. And as a result, you know, kind of like as the organization tries to react more quickly, they still kind of want this control, and it doesn't quite support it for them. And this is around the time that the Agile Manifesto was released, around 2001. And one of the people who signed it was Jeff Sutherland, who was basically the creator of Scrum. And so everybody here knows about this. You have your basically focus on smaller deliverables and shorter release cycles. You have your sprints and your planning and prioritization, which in theory, when adopted properly, it actually means that you actually react more quickly to requirements, what happens in the industry, what happens in the marketplace, innovations. But we look at our company that had this dedicated business unit around planning. We got waterfall Scrum. So you see, we still had that requirements gathering phase. They talk to the customer, and then they hand it off to this delivery team, who actually then they work within their agile processes to deliver the project, and they hand it over to the deployment team, sys administrators, who then say, okay, great, we're ready to release it. Goes back to the product manager, actually goes back to the customer and says, hey, we delivered it. And like, okay, but this still took longer than you actually planned for. And they said, what are you talking about? We're doing Scrum. We're doing Agile. Which is not really very functional, because really it's basically the organizations have to break down those silos so that can just kind of come together and form something akin to Voltron, so to speak. So we kind of think more as kind of time moves on, and people start to figure out, oh, actually, we can't really stick with waterfall. I'm ignoring scalable agile framework. That is a horrific beast, because product owners didn't want to let go of waterfall. And basically, we kind of started to see that DevOps was sort of being adopted. We're kind of developers, we're given the tools and ownership of the processes to actually really kind of create and develop. We have these 4 guiding principles. Okay, you have the holistic thinking. Okay, let's actually think about all the different connected areas of the system, get rid of those silos, and we kind of create this feedback loop where it's kind of you understand the impact of every single change. And a lot of that is powered by automation, because if you have proper automation, then you know what's happening within your system. If you know what's happening within your system, it facilitates and fosters better collaboration and more conversations around how to actually improve what you're doing. But as we saw, they took one role and they rebranded it as DevOps. So there's a nice little talk earlier about this. And so what ended up happening is you created a DevOps team who talked to the developers. And the DevOps team, they own the actual tools, they own the deployments, and you have this lovely silos again. So then you think, okay, actually, it doesn't really quite work when we have these silos, because that prevents this rapid conversation, this feedback loop doesn't quite work. So let's take the DevOps person and stick them inside the development team. What do you have? Another silo. Because the truth actually is that the developers are focused on the actual development of the product. This DevOps engineer, sys administrator, operations engineer, whatever you want to call it, they own the actual deployment. Because really what it is, all the developers turn to this person, hey, we need you to make sure this builds. Okay, I'm going to make sure it builds. Okay, now we need to make sure you deploy to production. Okay, I'm doing it to production. DevOps engineer says, hey, this broken production. The developer's like, okay, what's the error? Okay, this is error. It's a whole back and forth, back and forth. It's very inefficient. We've heard this called throwing things over the wall. You drop it and run, because it might be a ticking time bomb. We're not really sure what it is. But overall, really, because that was always the issue, is that you kind of we focused on saying that this was a role. And as a result, we're not really restructuring. We're just changing the name of a specific cycle. So now we're saying we're doing DevOps, where really we just kind of took the deployment phase and rebranded it. So we kind of see how we still have overall the waterfall structure kind of struck in, because really the business is kind of driving the requirements phase, the planning phases. And even though you might have these sort of you often kind of hear in large enterprises where they say we actually work like a startup inside the enterprise. The reality is that the work as a startup within an enterprise, because once you leave this team that's working in a startup form, it still is a very rigid structure, kind of set up to actually look at having a rigid roadmap going further than 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever you want to call it. And then there's other ways of working that we hear to have some conversations around it today and yesterday, so the Spotify model, team topology, cloud center of excellence. I do want to mention that each one of these, except for the last one, that was a mistake by AWS, they all, in theory, function well, but when there's a need for control and actually in full influence of the actual processes, it falls apart. So actually, I worked with a startup once that had said they adopted the Spotify model. So they had guilds, they had chapters. And I asked, like, okay, how do you ensure autonomy? How do you make sure they're actually all functioning well? And the response from the EA was, well, I'm involved in every single meeting and all the processes. I'm like, okay, well, you're not doing Spotify. You're just doing micromanagement with more steps. He didn't like that answer. Okay, so now that I kind of brought you to modern times, we're going to jump back a few 100 million years to talk about convergence. Stay with me here. So you might have noticed the crabs kind of popping up. So let's look at one of them. This is the beautiful blue porcelain crab. I want you to take a moment to kind of like take in how gorgeous this is. It's got this nice, flat, round carapace up there. It protects like the soft undershell. You know, it basically really offers great protection. It's got these beautiful claws. But there's one thing. This isn't a crab. It's called a crab, but it is not a crab. Because you see, there's this beautiful evolutionary theory that different species over millions of years evolved to kind of develop characteristics that are similar to a crab, called carcinization. And we look at different crabs. You know, we have like, you know, the spider crab, we have the porcelain crab again, the hermit crab. They're all called crabs, and they look like a crab, but none of them are actually crabs. If you look at comics, you'll be familiar with this one. We often see like kind of the joke where it's like everything eventually evolves into the ultimate form of a crab. But truly, it's basically that convergent evolution is a process basically over time. Similar features evolve in different, you know, completely unrelated species because there are certain influences or evolutionary pressures that kind of like give them this benefit of like, hey, if I actually adopt, you know, flatter carapace or crab, or basically crab like claws and pincers, this actually helps me out. Now, let's go back to modern times. Click on that again. There we go. So, think about what I just said about crabs and evolution. So, organizations, they always transform, they always change in order to actually deliver more value, to remain competitive within their markets. So basically, they prioritize the needs and the value, what they can provide to their customers. So, and if we kind of look at like what happens, you know, within those organizations when they prioritize the needs of their customers, they don't really care about like, what standards they have. They want to make sure they deliver to them. So if you look at like 2 different development teams within one organization. So one, they chose Node.js. That's what they work with. Their CI/CD is Circle CI. And another one, dev team, Capricorn, you know, they use Scala and Jenkins because, you know, that works really well for them. And then let's look at a startup, for example. Click. One more. There we go. Yeah, so you have like one team that's like, we're going to use Scala. Yeah, right? And Azure works really well, so you're going to use Azure. And the sec team is like, no, Kotlin, that's the future. We're going to use AWS because I really see a lot of people using AWS, great ecosystem. We're going to use EC2 to make sure we have performance. And the last team is saying, you don't need Kotlin. You can go traditional Java. That works really well. We'll see AWS, but you know what? We want to use containerization, so we're going to use Kubernetes. Each team had an actual justification and rationalization behind their choice, which in one way, you know, you see like, okay, yes, we're prioritizing innovation, but actually what you're saying is you're prioritizing experimentation. And eventually what happens is you have these like what's called essentially knowledge overhead. Now you have like basically 3 completely different technical requirements for each of your products. So as a result, when you're trying to hire talent, you're actually looking for people who know all 3 of them, who know multi-cloud. You're actually restricting innovation because suddenly now when you actually want to develop more changes, you have to think about all the different libraries and dependencies you have with each product you've actually developed. You're also kind of risking stability because now you actually have to maintain across multiple platforms, multiple tech stacks, what do you want to call. Your developers are going to get stressed out and probably have a breakdown. So let's think about what would happen if we actually kind of looked at how do we standardize. So we say, okay, we're going to stick with one language, Node.js, and we use Jenkins. In order to support that, you have to establish what your standards are. We say, this is our standards, and our process is for CI/CD. And from there, both teams can actually develop whatever the solution they actually need, as long as they stick with these standards. Because really what you're prioritizing is to like kind of reduce complexity and what we call like the economies of speed. You know, where you take all of these larger pieces that don't change very often, and you kind of build some internal processes. You build an internal platform around it. So that way, as you go higher up, you can change those things out more easily. So that allows the developers up top to actually say, we're going to build lots and lots of different types of services, you know, actually be able to react more quickly to the environment because we don't need to think about all of these larger pieces of the puzzle. And so it's really kind of about, you know, like basically reduce complexity. You kind of want to have like, you know, kind of centralize what we call the decentralization. And so in the end, basically, you know, organizations, they're creating solutions for common challenges, you know, kind of to democratize through a common platform. Another way to think of it is they'll seek to establish a common platform. Another way to think about it is unrelated organizations, without really wanting to, they are going to converge on a platform. Many, many organizations, it's not a sign of maturity over the organization. It's sort of a sign of like the growth trajectory of the organization. I've seen organizations based like large enterprises that finally start thinking about a platform, or startups actually kind of thinking about it, because then suddenly they have like many, many different solutions. They actually need to kind of like create a standardization, or they're trying to innovate very rapidly. And that's when they hit that bottleneck of like when we value experimentation over standardization, we actually inhibit the innovation aspect. And so when we think about, you know, kind of you're creating this platform, you're bringing, you know, a bunch of people together trying to build a common platform to work together. When you think about all these people working together, they have a common purpose and a common goal, you know, increases innovation. And in the end, you create Crab Voltron. Gonna make stickers of this for our next conference, by the way. So let's think, what does it mean to succeed with platforms? Because oftentimes we see that when somebody builds a platform, they either see it actually have like strong adoption, or it starts to kind of like suffer a bit and actually kind of like limps along over time without really creating strong adoption that it needs. So let's think about what we kind of define this platform. You know, you have different components. You know, you have like your infrastructure, you have your observability, you have your tooling, your CI/CD, you have your developer products, you might have some metrics built into, you have a data lake. So it's all these like tiny parts, and you kind of combine them, they create this platform. Or more easily thinking, the second line, you want to allow your users to build the right thing the right way very quickly. You don't want to spend time thinking about how to do it, or talking to people, try to figure out what the right process is, or wait for a response. And I often say this is actually, if people often ask me like, well, what is a platform? I always say it's interfaces. It is basically taking all those complicated technologies that you need to actually operate a product or deliver a solution, and you're just creating abstractions. Now, it's very important to actually think about it as more abstractions versus illusions. An abstraction is really basically, I'm telling you, this is a process that we're going to use. You can understand what's happening behind that process. Now, if we're talking about illusions, I'm going to say, here's a button. You push this button, you're going to get your product. And you ask, okay, what does the button do? You're like, it doesn't matter. You just push it. I'm like, okay, well, I want this product to be delivered this way. Like, it doesn't matter, it's still a button. That's the difference between abstraction and illusion. You want to actually kind of listen and kind of think about, you want to let people actually see how, like, what's happening behind the scenes, so that actually they're more invested in adopting it and working with it. And that allows the creation of applications. There's something that is often said. Gregor Hope, he's a great senior principal architect from AWS. Loved AWS, but he wrote some terrific books. You can see Platform Strategy. It's a phenomenal book. You should read it if you can. But something it says is that if your users surprise you with what they're doing with the platform, you are succeeding with your platform. You want them to be able to innovate, create interesting solutions. You want them to actually thrive within that platform. You want your developers to be focused on building an application. When they build the application, they're working on the platform. So if you think about it, like the application runs on top of the platform. The developers are working within that platform without actually having to think about being in that platform. Like it's a very, very important distinction to make, is that developers shouldn't actually be aware they're working with platform tools. They should just be aware that I'm building, I'm developing. So how do you know you fucked up? Really, it's basically like there's more cognitive overload. You build a solution, suddenly they have to learn a new technology. They have to learn a new tech stack. We're saying like, okay, we're running a bare EC2. Now we want you to run a Kubernetes. Like, okay. Developers are like, all right, what do I need to run a Kubernetes? Like, okay, well, you actually need to adopt all these processes. You need to work with all these tools. You need to learn how to write Docker files, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You didn't think about the migration path. You're creating an overload for them. Other one is actually don't talk to your users. Communication is key to building a platform. When you first start from the very beginning, you actually have to kind of like discuss with them, understand what they're doing. The other one is actually you build technology before they actually need it because you create a vision of like, this is what our platform is going to be, or this will be the tech stack we're going to have in the future. And you start building it when there isn't actually a requirement for it. You kind of have the solution, you're looking for a problem. And then finally, this is one. Actually, yesterday there was a discussion around autonomy. And one person kind of mentioned like, we always have to wait for the platform to actually respond to our needs. We have to talk for every single solution we're building. And I actually said, like, you don't have a platform team, you just have a service desk. I've seen this when I've kind of stepped into an organization, helped them build out their platform. They have what they call the platform team, and I looked, and it was every single time the development team needed to build a service, they would send a requesting, hey, I need a Lambda function in 3 days. Hey, I need a new container service in 2 days. I need this in 1 day, da, 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 da. Where I was like, okay, well, how soon do you need it? They're like, well, I was just told that I had to build it now, so I need it now. And that's actually where there was no actual form of a platform there. It was just individuals who were focused on actually taking care of the complexity for the developers, had to actually building is something that was more self-service or enabling. So let's think about like the starter pack. There's a couple of things that I call like the starter pack. The first one is honestly called farming. When you step in somewhere and say we're going to build a platform, or you have an existing team, you're going to say we're going to move over to being a platform, go out there and look at what's being done. You're going to find the shadow ops. And you actually want to talk to the shadow ops. You don't want to go to the shadow ops and say, cut it out. That's not, you shouldn't be doing that. But you want to do is like, okay, why did you actually make this choice? Why did you decide to actually build a solution when we had this standard? And they'll often give you really useful feedback that will help you. Other things, like I said, you have to talk to the customers, put them ahead of the process. Because oftentimes the processes may not be helping them because there is a need for a platform. We just need to understand why it needs to be there. And the other one is actually kind of prioritizing those platform-centric solutions. So it's really, think about when I build this solution, how many people benefit from it? Oftentimes I've had it basically where a team comes with saying, hey, we need this tool to support us. And we look and we're like, okay, well, that tool only supports you. It kind of looks across the board and actually nobody else benefits from it. That isn't a platform product. We'll give you some advice. There's architecture review, kind of help you make the right choices, but it doesn't make sense to actually own it from a platform side yet. There might be a case where you see things evolve over time. Most importantly, listen. Listen to every single person talking to you. Track those requests. Actually kind of see what's coming through. Because oftentimes people will tell you what they need without realizing what they're actually telling you. There's useful feedback in every bit of data available there. You kind of just need to take the time to actually stop, sit down with people, talk about it, and listen to the feedback on what they're telling you. Oftentimes this may not be a person. It could be a system. It could be something else. So that means really looking at the metrics. What's your adoption rate? What's your diversity of solutions being built on top of it? And finally, impact. I've seen situations where an organization will kind of start bringing a platform team and saying, okay, we're going to start moving us from Azure to AWS because we see these issues. What's going to happen is it'll basically take a year and a half to build out the new platform. Yes, there is issues with it, but that means that we have to wait a year and a half for us to actually start benefiting from this platform and what's being built out. So as a result, you have to focus on what you have today. Okay, that means looking at your current technology. You may hate it. It might suck a bit. But you want to prioritize how much value you can provide as quickly as possible. Because that's when you prove the viability of the platform. And really, the other thing is also kind of stability. If you see things are unstable, if you see lots of frequent issues, focus on stabilizing things by building those platform solutions. If you see, hey, we have a lot of gaps, we do a release, we don't really understand why features start to kind of suffer. Okay. let's look at the observability stack and see what we can actually improve there. Okay, what things can we build out there? Maybe we just kind of need to standardize how we're actually defining those metrics and those alarms. We need to centralize things a little bit there. Okay, that might be working with the current observability tool set that doesn't work as efficiently as we want it to. But that is showing the impact of what happens when you start building the standardization and start centralizing how you operate. And the other thing to do is also don't look too closely at individual problems, because you want to kind of like start zooming out until you kind of start seeing like the ability to provide consistency of processes. And then you can kind of start going deeper. Because oftentimes, as was mentioned earlier, we kind of forget like this human aspect. Okay? The organization wants to change, but they don't want to change at the same time. So actually, oftentimes, you might need to back out a bit, not talk about developers, but actually talk about how the leaders are working together. And then from there, move forward. And finally, don't write lengthy documentation. Focus on the best practices. Because lengthy documentation is visited once, and the best practices are frequently visited. Had a security team that wrote an amazing 20-page document on how to actually protect us from DDoS attacks, from malicious attacks, malicious traffic, everything. They were asking for feedback. Nobody gave them feedback because it was so lengthy. I sat down and read through it. It was terrific information there, but it was such a long document that nobody actually really paid attention to it. So if we actually focus on actually providing the best practices, how to get up and running, that will help actually provide more impact, more value to people, because they actually want to understand what's the best way of moving about implementing this process. And then the other thing is, people think that platforms kind of limit you, but actually allows their innovation. Because we see, like, at the beginning, we have a couple of in-house platform solutions. Over time, we see, hey, this SaaS solution actually kind of provides the same features that it replicates our jobs that we need to get done. We can free up capacity to do a POC, to do some experimentation. Over time, this process repeats. It allows you to kind of like move things, into a SaaS. You build your standardization around a SaaS solution, kind of using the automation for the APIs and such. While also kind of like only having things in-house that actually need to be in-house, and allowing you to kind of continue doing experimentation, innovation with your users. And of course, your platform is a product. It's not something you build once. You don't just create it, throw it over the fence, and run away. You're maintaining it. Treat it as a product. You have a product owner. It has jobs to do. It has functions. Think about what you're actually operating with. And regularly review it, because sometimes you'll see your solution isn't really viable anymore. It doesn't really make any sense anymore. Had an organization that built an in-house feature flagging utility. Works really, really well. But it required somebody to actually maintain it. And that actually took up a lot of capacity. So what happened? They made a decision to move towards a SaaS solution. And at the end, when you're actually empowering the ownership, so I said self-service, so actually I hate the word self-service. It's about empowering it, enabling people to actually own the entire process, from basically building, developing, operating, observing it, and going back. As we call it, you build it, you run it. And so in the end, when you have this whole process, where you kind of break down this whole organizational structure that limits this agility, so to speak, you end up having happy customers. Thank you. Awesome.
Do we have any question for Evelyn?
Hi, thank you for the talk. Can you give some example of how do you balance between standardization and innovation? Because if you try to standardize things, then the experimentation kind of reduces in actual environment and as a team. And then you kind of stick to those technologies, and it is being discouraged then to try out the stuff.
So I'll say that standardization doesn't limit innovation. What limits innovation is control. So sometimes when we're talking about platforms, we think that you're not just building just like the base infrastructure or the observability, but also dictating the language and the libraries that are going to be used and the best practice for actually writing those tests and so on and so forth. So it's actually like a shared responsibility between the platform team, the development teams, the QA team. So it's actually, generally what happens is, one of the things I say is build scaffolding or templating to make it easier for a developer to actually set up a new service. When you want to define what it means to build a new service, you actually talk to that development team. And so what I would say is, if you're building a platform, that's why I say like identifying as many common use cases as possible, because everybody needs, the tooling to run a container. Now, you're not actually limiting how you build that container and how you deploy it, because basically you deploy it, it's running, it's operating. Now, it's basically you're restricting innovation when you don't want to modify your platform for the users. And so that's the difference between highly opinionated, which is like SaaS. So in SaaS, they basically say, this is our solution, this is how you're going to use it. And that's where customers will go to because that's a market differentiator. They don't want to change their differentiator because it makes them unique. In-house platform is not opinionated. That's basically where we listen to our users. And so if we see we are restricting innovation, you actually have to sort of adapt for that usage. And so it's really, even think of this analogy, piece of paper. You have a piece of paper, and you can create anything with it. You can make it. You can write a poem. You can write a story. You can create a paper airplane. But it's not actually restricting what you can actually create with that piece of paper. We just say you're using this piece of paper. And that's kind of how you want the platform to be, is that it should allow people to create diverse solutions on top of it. If you restrict what solutions can be created, then that's when you actually restrict the innovation.
More questions for Evelyn. Last one.
I'm also hiring, so if you want to join my team, you can scan that QR code.
Free advertising.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you very much, Evelyn. Okay. Round of applause. So for those who just joined, if you can join us in the front, there are some empty chairs there while we welcome our next speaker, Nick. So it's been a long day, and Nick has the privilege to close the talks for the day, just before the raffle, just before the closing. So thank you for that. We need more energy. So one last time, I will ask you to stand up and really do a huge round of applause and welcome.
I have no clue. I think I need this one. There we go. We still have people. And I see a limited amount of beers. That disappoints me a bit, to be honest.
You could have bottled one.
I will after.
Or a beer sponsor. Just say.
Maybe I'll do it myself next year. I'll bring some. Well, I'm the only thing between you and beers, so I will make sure to stay within the allocated time slot. I've learned that is the best way usually with the last keynote. I'm Nick, work in Schuberg Villas. Not going to do a long introduction. I have a nice QR code after with my LinkedIn, so if you want to know, go to the LinkedIn. Let's go. I like to do a little bit of scene setting, storytelling. So I need a bit of your imagination, which might be hard after 3 very long days of DevOps. But let's imagine that you are a platform engineer working at a bank, payment service provider, on a very, very important piece of software. You're building a platform that hosts a transaction platform. If it doesn't work, you have a lot of very angry e-commerce customers, or a lot of angry me's if I cannot purchase something. Important job. So it's Sunday, you're chilling, sleeping, let's say it's 3 a.m., we're in bed, and a fucking pager goes off. I know the feeling, it went off yesterday, 3:30. That sucks. So you get out of bed, get your laptop, sit on a couch somewhere, like this guy, with your phone, and you have no clue what's happening. You're looking, I have no idea how to find it. So what would be the logical next reason? Well, I'm going to put messages in Teams, Slack, call my coworkers. I don't care, it's Sunday at night. I'm just going to call. Yeah, no one picks up. So I'm trying, but no solution, still errors. So I decide to,
let's go to work early. So I go to, at 6 a.m. I go to the office, good spirit, behind my laptop, computering hard, still no fix. 7, my boss woke up apparently and decided to call me screaming loud that shit's broken. 8, still not working, some VP found out and find me at my desk. Not very fun, not very chill. Well, let's say we are a bit further up in the story. I found a fix. Some idiot deployed Friday. Some change. I think that's the problem. Easy fix. I roll back his deploy, and we're done. Recognizable, right? Some deployment messed up, production, someone get paged. Sucks. Really sucks. I roll it back, full in good spirit, calling that VP, found the issue, rolling back now, just to find out that rolling back does not solve the problem. Some guy decided to make database changes, schema changes, and only made changes and no reversible operation. Any logical cloud engineer would say, well, then we just restore the database, right? We found out he deployed it Friday, so should we restore to Friday? Or maybe the page started on Sunday, should we return to Sunday? Well, maybe first try Sunday. So you start thinking, not everyone has a SQL DBA in his team to help you with this shit. So first let's find a book or something like how to restore a database, because I've not done this for a very, very, very long time. How does this work? That's hard. So I figured it out, restored the database, and then we all do a root cause analysis, right? Who here does root cause analysis? Shit, that's a lot of people. That's nice. So hopefully this talk is all going to be peanuts for you. You do it, you figured it out, you write all these nice action items, right? We need to really, really learn how to restore a backup and do that more frequently. We really, really, really need to make how to roll back statements on our SQL migrations. Maybe we should not deploy Friday afternoon late. Those things end up somewhere on a Jira backlog, 2501, 2502, and 2503, and no one ever looks at that thing again. Is that also recognizable? Who here has a very long back? See, almost the same amount of people that do RCAs. Life goes on, it just goes back to normal, and nothing happens. And you know what happens in 3 months' time? You get paged again at 3 a.m. because some database schema was broke. Good part is that you restored the database 3 months ago, so you don't have to use the book again. That's maybe the only good thing that improved. But that sucks. It sucks to be a firefighter. So, where will you end up? I looked at some stats, because I love numbers, make slides good. It seems that DevOps engineers are stressed more often than typical IT engineers. I would argue that if you ask people who also have a pager, may end up even worse. That's not cool. I don't like stress. Apparently, if we look at broader, they've searched about how many people experience burnout-related symptoms. Fatigue, being very grumpy at work. That's me sometimes. 77%, that's a lot. And this talk is about mission-critical systems. And we learned that mission-critical systems are not that special, they just have higher demands. But with higher demands comes higher pressure. And we've learned some lessons, and I want to share those with you in the next 20 minutes, so bear with me. How to do this in a more sustainable way, because apparently this does not work, right? People shouting, it's not nice. Waking up at 3 a.m., also not very nice. Making backlog items with all good intentions and never come to them, also not very nice. And eventually it happens again. And you know what's the real result? People hate that, and they leave your company. So how to make it better, where to start? I like I only have pictures from here, so it's going to be better. I like to say that it always starts with safety, right? The ability to speak up in your team that stuff is not going right. I have someone from our team. I think you can argue that I speak up a lot of times that shit is not going right. But that requires some level of safety and trust within your team to do that. And that's very, very, very hard. Who here would say they feel very safe in their environment to speak up? Usually most people say yes. I see some hands not raised, but those are people either on their phone or laptop. So I would assume that everyone would say, yes, I feel safe at work. It's too easy. But feeling that safety is different for everyone, right? And we usually go over this very, very easily. Like, I need a culture of safety, and then we're done. Write it somewhere, like, we are a safe environment where you can speak up in open space. Print cool posters, stick them on the wall in the office, and you're done. I've printed those posters myself. The problem is that it's different for every individual. Some people find it very easy to speak up about things that are wrong, and other people find it very hard. And you need to create a space where everyone can do that. Lesson from my own experience, I'm someone who's quite loud and obnoxious at a lot of meetings. And we also have people in our team who are less loud and less obnoxious. You really need to make sure that everyone is able to voice those opinions and are able to speak out. And sometimes I can be a bit rude, like it's fucking terrible. I stopped doing that most of the time, unless I'm with people who know I can handle it like Danny. I really love this graph. It's from one of my favorite books. I also have a picture of the book, so you can take a picture, buy it, read it. It's about how would you observe people be. 1x, how safe do they feel? I feel very safe to speak up without any repercussions. I won't get fired when I admit a mistake. Or very low, whenever I admit a mistake, my whole promotion for, I don't know, partner is gone. Not very safe. And on the other hand, motivation to do it very right. We have very high standards and we want to achieve those high standards. Or is it, it's okay how we do it currently. So, let's start. If you have a very, very, very high ambition level, with a very low safety, you get scared people. They won't do shit. Like, I want to try cool stuff, I want to promote shit, but every time I fail, my boss will shout. I can guarantee you what's happening. You would do it 1, 2 times, and then you stop doing exactly this stuff. You know what's even worse? If there's not a lot of motivation to do things properly, but also whenever you fail, there are some repercussion, because then you just go in zombie mode. You're just going to stay there, do nothing. It's called apathy in the book, but I like zombie mode better. If you have a low motivation, so there's not a lot of, well, ambition to do things right, a lot of encouragement to do the things in the right way, but at the same time it's a very safe space, that's really chill. Like, I always say that for me this is what I envision working for a government feels like. I cannot say that because there are probably people working for a government here, but this is how I would assume that it be. Like, in the Netherlands at least, it's very low chance that you get fired for messing something up. And a lot of the time you hear like IT project X spend over 6 times the allocated budget. So the safety should be okay-ish. Where you want to be is more in that up left corner, right? You need to point out when shit goes wrong, but you also should have high standards. That's where it gets real good. You need to set the bar, raise the bar, but whenever you don't meet it or you see something wrong, you have the ability in your team to speak up about it. I have an example. I made this yesterday myself. Who uses pull request? That's, again, a lot of hands. I also use pull request. Who has someone in your team, if you send a pull request, they approve it within 30 seconds at least? You all know where to find that person, right? That's nice. We also have that guy. I'm looking at him. It's amazing to have someone like that. But what's even better is someone who provides a lot of feedback, right? who provides actual, tangible feedback. And sometimes it can be a bit rough, like you built something, was that really right, should you do it again? But you want to have that trust and that ability in your team to actually do that. So next time, do not be the person that just clicks. Same goes for retrospectives, right? Everyone retrospectives here? Every now and then, sometimes you screw something up and you just do one. You want to have that safe place where people actually set that high standards and speak up about things that don't go well. You know what helps deteriorate those standards? Making 800,000 action items and never get to them. So better make sure you get one and actually do it. People with pagers here? Not a lot of hands. P1 incidents suck, right? You know what sucks more? Not helping your colleagues to figure out what's going wrong because you're afraid to ask out loud. What the hell broke? I use my own example. This was yesterday. I got a P1. I just sent in the group Slack, like, does anyone know why this is a P1? What did it break? And then someone said, yes. Then I felt a bit stupid. But you need to have that way of working with your team, right? If you think I cannot ask that question in a group of 35 people because people will find me stupid and I will have a bad review next year, and you're going to try to troubleshoot for the next coming 8 hours, you have no happy team, no happy clients, no happy you. Like, you want a situation where this stuff happens. This is the book from the metrics. Take pictures, order it, read it. It's an amazing book. See, I see people taking pictures. I'm waiting. Did I went too fast? Yes. I can go back. I really thought I was there. OK, I see the phone's gone. Once that's there, it's time to build some amazing habits within yourself and within your team. They're not ordered in any particular order, but I think these are the things you see at teams that are doing really, really, really well. Trust me, there are empty slides, but in the end there's a list you can also take a picture on if you want to keep them. Because probably this is not going to end up well otherwise. You have a picture of robot arms. So what you see in a lot of teams is that they try to automate a lot. Who's doing automation projects? Yeah, I hate that. Automation projects sucks. Automation should be a byproduct of building good tools and building good software. And a lot of companies take something, click it together, say, well, we should really, really automate this every now and then. Or it ends up on that backlog, or you're doing it, importing it, whatever. It's done. And then you run it again, and it doesn't work anymore. That sucks. It needs to be part of your design. And not just tech, because the tech part is really, really easy. But also automate processes. P1 incidents, very nice if there automatically a Slack channel opened with people related to that service. If the logging is dropped into that Slack channel. Because then you have a very nice and easy incident report. Who here needs to do communication when something fails? Sucks, right? I have to look up every time who I need to email. You know what you can automate? Making an email list with email templates about, we have a P1, this is the impact, these are the users, and this is the distribution group. Save some time. So automate. Next good habit. I'm not a pilot or want to be a pilot, but they use checklists, and checklists are freaking awesome. Especially for the very, very boring stuff. Let me give an example of something very boring, but you want to write it down properly. I know DBA by heart, and I've mentioned that before, and I don't want to be a DBA, so don't ask me DBA questions. I do know how to migrate one database to another environment. That's fine. So I would assume you have some steps, right? Send an email to the development team that you're going to do this. Reasonable? Probably. Kill the connection to the database? Reasonable? Probably. Make a backup, restore the connections. I see thumbs up. That's about it, right? I forgot one. That's mailing the developers that it's done. Like, that's the shit you always forget. You know what's very nice? A checklist with all those steps. Like you're going through it, you're going to migrate the database, you need to do that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. And then you look at it and you say, well, this sucks. We need to automate it. And you start making an email template. And it's get better. Well, you know what's going wrong the most? The things you've done 25,000 times. Because you forget to send that email. You forget to stop the connections. Make checklists for the boring stuff. And then automate it because it sucks. The pictures only get better from here. Next habit. Skip and avoid context switching. People do a lot of context switching. It's how you live. But it's terrible, right? It's disturbing as hell. You lose a lot of time. Anyone ever seen this graph? People seen this graph? It's an amazing graph. So it says that effectively, if you do one task, you spend 100% of your effective effort on that single task. If you're doing one thing. If you're doing two things and you're switching context, it drops. You're going to spend more time on switching tasks. So the 20% is lost on actually switching tasks. This can be a Slack message, right? Someone disturbing you while you're doing something. If I'm in the lucky moment to write some code and someone sends me a Slack message and I'm looking at the Slack message, then the first 20 minutes I'm like, where was I? What feature was I actually building? That sucks. And then I get another Slack message and the whole process starts again. If you go up to 5 tasks at the same time, like working multiple tickets in multiple systems in multiple different locations, you get to the almost 100% of losing of your time of task switching. It's very easy to avoid. Everyone has a phone, probably. It's like distraction device number 1. Put it in airplane mode while you want to do something for 30 minutes. That works. People have a MacBook, Windows, all cool stuff. I don't know about Linux, never used it. They have also distraction-free modes. Use it. Get rid of the task switching. But you know what you need to do this? That first level, that trust. Because if you have someone in your team that says, can you do this for me? You say no. And they start shouting. Usually you end up doing it. So you need that fundamental layer to be able to say no. And not just in your team, but also in the context, right? Recently I was at a client where a VP shouted at developers. That's not really the safe environment that's going to avoid task switching. So it goes for everyone. And please, 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 if you want to do something effective, put it in airplane mode. Otherwise, you're looking at pictures of cats within 5 minutes. Promised, only gets better. When you're developing products, you need to balance what you build, right? If you've got a lot of pages, usually there's something wrong in the quality of your product. Or you're not spending enough time on making it real good. You need to balance quality and functionality. So let's do another round of raise hands. Who spends more time on new features than on actually making things better? Really? This whole completely destroys my talk. Because in the most companies I work with, they spend like 80% of the time on new features, and then they have like deliver something, and then there's a project clean up. Or we do 9 sprints of building something cool, and then we do 1 tech debt sprint. Usually that's not enough. Usually then you have like a backlog item that you want to do. And tech debt sprint, yes, I've heard them. I've heard people do tech debt sprints.
Never seen it.
Housekeeping sprints, or the even worse one, we do buckets. So you get like buckets, and you have 1 day per sprint to do on tech debt, because that's in the budget. That's the best one. That really sucks. But you need to find a fine balance, right? And you know what you need to have, that fine balance? That level of trust and safety in your organization. Otherwise, it's never going to work. Because if you have a VP say, we signed a new client, and that client's going to pay a shit ton of money, but it also requires 20% more features because we said we already do this for 6 other clients, that usually goes first. And you need to have the ability to actually say no, because did you know that we got paid like 9 times in the last week? At night, at 3 a.m. We need to fix that. That requires, to balance. No. Features.
When you get paid tonight, you don't work during the day.
You don't? I got paid at 3 a.m. last night, and I'm here. Trying to be sharp. I really love the approach from the site reliability engineering book. People read it? No? Yes? Make picture, read it. I really like the whole approach of having the SLOs about what your typical client wants and expects. Measure it, and then use that as a temperature gauge to actually see, are we delivering that or not? Everyone took a picture this time? I think I find this one the most important one I actually have, because I love champagne. But it's not about celebrate the big wins, it's about celebrate the boring releases. Like, usually we get the champagne when the most riskful shit goes live. We don't really know how. We worked until way too late in the evening to fix all the last bugs we found. It was freaking amazing. Let's buy 8 bottles of champagne and celebrate. But the boring shit never gets celebrated. I personally believe that every go-live should be a freaking boring go-live, and preferably in a Wednesday afternoon and not on a Saturday evening. Because usually we're more fresh. It needs to be boring. It needs to have zero impact. It needs to be well rehearsed, automated. People need to provide feedback. Do you know how go-lives usually go? There's some stakeholder shouting really hard that it really needs to go live on that date. And then you think, well, that's very close away. It's a bit like I did all my schoolwork. And then in that last week, oh shit, we need to do a shit ton of work. And you start building that last piece, and on Friday evening, you do your last deployment, praying it goes well on Saturday. That's not okay, right? Everyone here knows that's not okay. But you need that safety to say, well, that's not okay. To speak up and say, we need to do differently. And then probably you're still going to do it. But once you had the situation where you didn't have to do it, please celebrate that as well. Celebrate the boring go-lives. The boringer, the better, and it deserves champagne. Everything deserves champagne. So automation should be a byproduct of good engineering, not a goal. You shouldn't have automation projects. If you build something cool, it should be automated. Use those checklists, especially for the mundane shit. The easier, the more you will forget in those tasks. You always forget to send the email, we restored your database, and then after 6 hours you get an email from the development team, hey, can I use my database again? Oh shit, yes, 6 hours ago. Learn to avoid that context switching. Put off your phone, learn to say no. Balance time between the functionality and quality, and celebrate the boring shit. Get the champagne out. And these are habits, right? So I always like to say one last thing, and I'm the worst example in the world for this slide, so apologies up front. Please don't treat it like the gym. Like, you get a subscription, pay that 60 euros, go really, really well for 3 weeks, you go 4 times a week, and then you stop doing it, because it sucks. Don't do that with these habits. Start really small, and just take in mind that you don't need to do them all. Take one and do it. And just like the gym, if you have a subscription, maybe it's just me convincing myself here, but it's better to go 1 time when you think like I should go, than to do it 0 times. And it's way easier to go 1 single time when you feel like it, than force yourself to go 4 times a week. So don't treat these habits as the gym subscription that's lingering around you sponsoring the gym. Really do it and start small. Don't try to do them all at once. And don't forget me to add me on LinkedIn. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick. We do not have time for questions, but you are still here for a beer, right?
Of course. I was exactly on the timer.
Yes.
Because of the beers.
It's important, yeah. Yeah. We have some code of conduct.
Alrighty. Before we wrap up, I want to make
short little statement. As we wrap up, we want to thank everyone for all of the positive energy and engagements that we have seen throughout this conference. And just a quick reminder, just before we close, and maybe we'll go outside for a beverage of our choice. Everyone here, including the folks that are working on the booth and the vendors that are part of this conference, are part of this community and thus covered by the Code of Conduct. Let's continue to treat each other with respect and professionalism that we want to see at our DevOps Days events. And thank you for all being part of this inclusive space.
Okay, it's closing time. First, I want really thank you all for coming and joining and listening and learning with us today. So a quick round of applause for you guys for being here. And of course, this event couldn't be as it is without our great sponsors here. So we have our progress chef that keep energize us with caffeine until the morning with the coffee, and we have Elastic, Exoscale, Akamai, UpCloud, NN, and Commodore. So thank you for all the sponsors for being us and support us in these events. And of course, we have some free stuff to give away, which we love, free stuff. And I really see all the Legos and models here in the south. So let's start with Chef.
I'm happy you didn't bring too much.
We have photos. We can send it over. We'll take it.
Can you help me with the pronunciation? The first one?
First one?
Robert. Mattel.
Robert Mattel. We are clapping, but we are not sure who is here. Oh,
no.
Robert.
Robert. Pedro. Truba. What's that?
Yeah.
Pedro, you have your choice between the three. One is clearly superior, but maybe there's three options here, depending on what you can allow in your suitcase.
Yeah,
okay, great.
Of course.
Photo time, Mauro, get up here. Say better than puppet. Just kidding, we love Puppet. So we have two smaller and fun gifts, prizes as well. The next one is Michelle Corias?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Lotus or Plum Blossom? And photo, Mauro? You have to, okay, you have the Legos. That's great.
Yeah.
And then
you can stay.
The very modest Lotus sets. Is it Malte?
Malte, yeah.
Malte.
Teroda.
Teroda.
No Malte here?
Okay. We have Floor from Dexter Energy.
That's a good last name.
Great. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Chef, and congratulations to the winners. And we have Elastic next.
Yes, thank you. So we had the Kahoot quiz, and we have 3 winners. One that won the best score of all 2 days, one that won the best score of today, and we have a random pick as well. The best winner of all 2 days is Anastash. Congratulations.
Thank you.
There you go.
Awesome, thanks.
Then we have the daily winner, which is Robin. Interesting. Perfect, yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, nice. Thank you.
Yes, congratulations. And then we have the random winner is Nick van Rij.
I told you, buddy.
yeah, absolutely. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy. Okay, next is UpCloud. Where are you guys?
UpCloud, you're up.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, for the transparency purposes, okay?
He's doing it live
See?
with a wheel. I can testify if needed.
James J. Devine. Hey! Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. There you go.
Thank you. Commodore? This is also a live one.
Hey. Yeah, Commodore. Again. But this is old school, this is real. So take the ticket, but yeah, how shall we do it? Okay, is it real? Is it real?
Look, don't look.
With my eyes closed. Never believe people without blue eyes, and my eyes are brown. 81. We know him. Yeah. We know you. Of course. Thank you. Enjoy the VR system.
Let's have a picture.
Oh, nice. Thank you. Sync? Hello.
Thank you very much. My name is Mark from Sync. I'm here again, just like yesterday. We had 2 prizes to give away. One is our raffle, and the other one is our Cube Doom game, which many of you tried, many of you failed, and some of you also set a score. And the high score of today was by Thibaut Bijen with 18 points. Very well done. And I kid you not, the random number generator, it's a hard word to pronounce, also came out to Thibaut Bijen as the winner of the raffle.
Wow!
I'm not joking.
Awesome.
Amazing.
So enjoy the game and enjoy your Raspberry Pi.
Yeah, we'll definitely do. Thank you.
Thank you.
What a lucky day. Last but not least, the huge Lego model.
Thank you. Goedemiddag, iedereen. Oh yeah. To keep it independence, I need your help. Just click the button.
I don't know.
One thing. If the person is not in the room, what are we going to do? Raffle again? Hands up. Hands up. Yeah? Okay. Compliance, check. Let's go. Okay, try to pronounce that name. Ming Kakao Lee.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Congratulations.
Yeah. Amazing. Thank you all. Thank you all. And we do like prizes, so we have our own raffle as well. Easy.
So if anyone hasn't filled in or given their passport, they filled in, it's not in the box yet. This is your final chance to run up. No one? That's good. All right, let's go ahead.
Do it.
I don't know what's happening.
Throw them all in the air. Grab one.
In my defense, I broke my glasses at the social event last night, so everything's a bit blurry.
Oh.
Speak one.
Jürgen Posthumus. Postums? I don't.
Yes, there we go.
I'm sorry I butchered your name.
Now you get to choose. Which one do you take home?
I take the Pac-Man.
Great choice. Let's take a pretty picture. Congratulations.
José Murillo López de Souza. No? Okay.
Jose?
Yeah. Jose?
Jose Moriano Lopez. Oh, long name.
Yeah.
No.
No, okay.
Let's shuffle it a bit. Do it again.
Help.
It's a Dutch name, so you can do it. I know you can do it.
Irene van Dijk. There we go. And now I'm curious, what are you going to pick? There we go. Couple more, almost done.
Jan. No.
Ivan, I think it is. Azevic.
Yes.
Did you pick a prize yet from afar? Do you know what you're getting?
He's running for it. You see?
You walk with confidence. I know what you're getting.
Yes. Come on.
There we go. Congratulations.
Congratulations. I hope you're not cycling home, because...
Two more.
Two more. Two more.
Let's go. Let's find one.
Sergio Panait. Yes. Have him. I'm going to shuffle real good for the next.
Will it be the keyboard? Will it be the cloud storage? What it's going to be?
I'm going to go for the cloud storage.
Very nice. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And the very last one.
One more. One more. Supraya Mali.
Yeah. Thank you. Wait for the picture.
And I guess you don't get to choose, but it's still a very lovely keyboard you can annoy your coworkers with.
It's you can.
Congratulations. Hey. All right, let's start wrapping this up. We're almost done. As ever, we do still host meetups. Go to either location, either Amsterdam or Eindhoven if you're interested in meetups. We would love to see you there. If you want to speak, if you want to host, let us know. We would be happy to accommodate you. Also, if you have one of the red lanyards, if you would be so kind to leave them at reception before you leave so we can reuse them, that would be awesome. Thank you. And then I think we also have a guest to come up the stage to talk about another event for just a minute.
Thank you. Yes. So in case you didn't win anything at the raffle, here's your next chance to do it. It's going to be in Utrecht, 3rd of July. Also, if you're very lucky, you can come there. Probably you're going to win again. A lot of Kubernetes, platform engineering is going to be very heavy on platform engineering, and to take away the spawning, the excitement. Yeah, it's discount code community30 will give you 30% on the conference, discount on the conference, which means the ticket will be like 60 euros. So it's going to be very, very affordable for everybody, even if your employee is not actually going to cover it. So wait to see you in Utrecht, hopefully in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Katalin. All right, while we're clapping, let's continue clapping for Thea, who we sneakily took a picture of just 5 minutes ago. Thank you, Thea. And then also a big, big thank you to the venue who provided all of the rooms, the catering. It's been awesome. Thank you so much. And then finally, all of the organizers, all of the volunteers, I apologize, but you do need to come up. Please, please come up to the stage. We need you, all of you. Because I know you can all clap so loudly for all of these fine folks who helped us organize this event. Please give an immense round of applause for everyone. And of course, thank you all for being here. It's been awesome. Thank you for a perfect 3 days. Let's go downstairs. Let's have a bite. Let's have a drink. Wrap this up. Thank you so much for being here. See you next year.